Thank you, everyone, for being with us today. We will start off the meeting with the Pledge of Allegiance. I believe it's Councilmember Black's turn to lead us.
United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Before we start the meeting, I just want to mention that yesterday we had a great celebration at the Bell Tower. We did a proclamation officially naming yesterday NC State Men and Women's Basketball Day in the city of Raleigh. And I'm looking at my friend Stormy Fort with her Tar Heel cup there. But it was great fun. And I also teasingly said to DJ Burns, I said, Kevin Keats, Coach Keats said that you could be the next mayor. And I told him that we were going to have him in to be mayor for a day. And so start planning it, staff. We're going to do it.
All right.
It's going to be fun. Another Tar Heel heard from.
We'll make it work.
Let's see. The consent agenda, nothing was pulled. Can I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Okay, we had a tie on the move. Motion, who'd you get? Okay, and second. Okay, all in favor? Aye. Okay, thank you. Next, we have the Planning Commission, no report this week, but Patrick?
Yeah, good afternoon, Mayor and members of Council. Pat Young with Planning and Development. Just wanted to quickly advise that what the Planning Commission did meet, they did vote on items, they did pass items out, but we, at you all's direction, what we've done is added a little bit of additional time between the Planning Commission action and Council action to give more time for quality control and review and consideration of cases. So these will be reported out on May 7th, and that'll allow us to kind of stagger the cases out and accommodate you all's requests. So I just wanted to highlight that and answer any questions you all have.
Any questions? Councilmember Jones?
Thank you so much. I was looking at the May 7th hearings, and I did not see Strickland on there, and I was wondering if that was just a mistype or if it's been moved to a different day.
Yeah, I'm going to ask Hannah Recco of our staff to speak to that. I think that is still in committee. Go ahead.
Yeah, Strickland Road Z 4023 was reported to Growth and Natural Resources on April 23rd, and I don't believe the hearing was scheduled.
Got it.
But I do, per my notes, the May 7th meeting is your deadline to take action to schedule a meeting.
To schedule to take action to set the public hearing.
That's right.
Okay, that was my misunderstanding. I thought we scheduled it for May 7th and I didn't see it, but I appreciate the clarification. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Harrison?
Yeah, just a question for Pat. I know there's some dead time when we have cases and we haven't set, or when we do set the public hearing and they can't make any changes. Is that something that is like a legal requirement, or is there any way to provide a little more flexibility there?
Yeah, that's a great question. That is not, well, it is a legal requirement because it's put in the UDO, but it's locally imposed. So when we bring back that full report that we promised you, that should be in May, on additional options that you all have to look at how you manage cases and accept conditions, that'll be part of the options we bring you, because there are multiple different ways that can be done.
Thank you.
Okay.
That was my question, too.
Okay.
It's just when that was coming back. It sounds like May.
Okay. Thank you. Now we're on to special items. The first one is rezoning Z4623. I know there's been a lot of discussion about this. We need to set the date.
Good afternoon, City Council members. Matthew Burns with Planning and Development. So this case last appeared as a special item on April 2nd, and the applicant has submitted revised conditions, which limit buildings constructed on the property to 10 stories and add a contribution in lieu of dedicating affordable units. And the applicant has requested a public hearing date of May 7th, and staff suggested either May 7th or May 21st.
Okay. Councilmember Harrison?
Yeah, I'm fine with either date. Is May 7th, are we full up on cases? What's our caseload then? Councilmember Patton.
3 in the afternoon.
I'm going to ask going forward that staff come prepared with that, so we know what the caseload is like.
Hannah has it too.
Hannah Reckow, Planning and Development. So May 7th, afternoon hearing, there are 3 items scheduled, and then 4 items in the evening meeting.
Okay.
Already scheduled, yeah.
So it sounds like we do have time in the evening. That would be my recommendation then, to take this case and have our public hearing on May 7th.
Is that a motion?
That's a motion.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, thank you, that was unanimous. Next, we have alternative response model, community engagement update.
Good afternoon. My name is Michelle Millette. I hope to be joined shortly by Nadia Moretta from Community Engagement Office. Can I take just a moment, because I also want to bring some partners down here to be in front as well who you may have questions for specifically. So can I get the Director of Emergency Communications? I know the Director of Housing and Neighborhoods is out, but I think I have a representative, maybe Erica Brandt and John, as well as our Acorns team as part of the Raleigh Police Department. Acorns, come on down. They deserve a lot of credit. So I just want to give them a moment here, as they will all be critical into the implementation of the recommendations that I have before you. So I just wanted you to see their faces if you have any specific questions when we get to the recommendations. So you guys can sit down. Thank you.
Okay.
Still not saying audio. Okay. All right. So our light agenda, as I know you have a heavy agenda before you, is I will go over a quick recap of the presentation from November the 7th, go over the community engagement summary, as well as some recommendations, and then we'll quickly get to next steps. So if you all recall, November the 7th, I was before you to talk about our RTI study that was from 2020. And that study leveraged some research from 6 other cities along with Raleigh across North Carolina to talk about the goal of improving our first response systems. So they looked at our 911 calls, and they determined that an alternate response system found a lack of addressing resources connecting people with low risk and mental health related issues. We did our own research, if you all recall, and we talked about some of our peer cities, in particular Durham Hart's model, and found that there were some things that we could probably learn from. And you guys instructed us to actually go out and do a community engagement across the community. So what I want to do, in light of not having Nadia here, is go through it very quickly, so I do apologize. If I don't do them justice, I want to go ahead and say I apologize, but they did some amazing work. When they went out into the community, they reminded them again of our research that we were able to find. And if you all recall, there were 4 common themes that we found across all of the programs. There was a crisis call diversion, a co-response, a community response team, and a care navigation team. And don't worry, you will see this slide again, I promise. So what did community engagement do? They went out and they spoke to several people. And what they found across the community was a few people were skeptical, right? So if you think about when you talk about an alternative response model, you hear different things that are across the community and people have different perceptions. But in particular, when you talk about interactions with the police department, in certain communities, there are people that have some lack of trust. And so this group went out. They represented the city very well. They even wanted to share a quote about the beginning of the process. And that quote says, "Many of us came skeptical, Y'all manage this skepticism with grace and truly listen. That goes a long way in building the trust necessary to collaborate with the community in meaningful ways. So in order for me to do them justice, I'm going to go straight to the data. What happened? So they had over 1,400 online survey participants. They had 1,300 community comments. They had over 45 plus hours of engagement and 22 public events. This is a little bit of a heat map that kind of displays where these events took place. And if you recall, these events took place from November 2023 to March 2024. The blue represents the vulnerable areas that are defined by Wake County's Vulnerability Index. These areas, according to the index, are areas where support and resources are most needed. Some of these resources are identified as an alternative response model. The areas in red are the map where racially and ethically concentrated areas of poverty, which is called RECAP, again, according to that vulnerability index, mostly impacts and that lack crucial resources. And in some cases have found that there's a little bit of over-policing in these areas. The group did have an event in every district. So a part of those events that they had, they made sure to represent every single district across the organization. But they did focus mostly on areas that were most vulnerable and impacted by racially and ethically concentrated types of concerns. All right. So they had a total of 15 community pop-ups, 5 listening sessions, 2 community work groups, and 4 focus group meetings. If you recall, at your meeting, there was a specific request to have that focus groups directly working with the team, and they were able to do that. Here's a survey participant map here that really concentrates on 3 in particular zip codes. If you pay attention, we have 27604 with about 10% of participation, 27610 with a little close to 18% participation, and 27606 with a little more than 16% participation. So this demographic is very helpful because this was a benchmarking of the percent of racial benchmarking met versus how we are racially represented as a city. And so as far as the survey itself, they had close to 86% Black and African American participation with a goal of 80, so they superseded that. 100% white participation, so superseded that 80% there. 100% American and Indian Alaskan Native, and a little underrepresented when it came to Asian-specific Islander, and lower than they wanted to for Hispanic and Latino at 70%. As far as age representation, obviously the most participating here that you can see with the large graph here is 25 to 30. The survey itself is represented in blue, and again, the citywide benchmark is represented in green. But overall, a pretty vast, I would say, representation of different ages across the city. So the survey itself, they had some pretty positive reactions here. I want to note, and we'll talk about this in a little more detail later in the slide, that 92% of participants supported creating a community response team. If you recall those 4 different common themes that we had, and we'll talk about how we plan to respond to that. We also had 94% of the participants support implementing a crisis call diversion line. And again, we'll go back into detail into that in just a little bit. Notably, it should be that only 29% of the respondents answered that they currently feel safe calling 911 when dealing with a mental health crisis. Participants also had the opportunity to select whether they wanted to respond to certain crisis scenarios, like would you prefer to speak to a mental health clinician, or would you prefer to have a peer sports specialist come to you as a referral? Oh, there she is. I'm gonna transition to the person who knows way more about this survey than I do. Give her just a second. So I'll continue with community priorities. So the group really tried to bucket in those response and correspondence that they received from the participants. And so they were able to put them in community priorities. And so the first priority was community centered. So the group wanted to make sure it was rooted in the community. They wanted to make sure the people that responded to the type of calls would be people that actually knew what was going on in the community, looked like them, understood the community around them, and actually potentially lived in that community. We have a quote from one of our participants who said, "We envision an alternative response program that is rooted in the community, a reflection of the community, shaped and maintained by the community." All right. I'm gonna introduce you.
Hey everyone, sorry I ran over here. The agenda's going by really fast. Thought I had some time to make adjustments and then I had printer issues. But thank you, my name is Nadia Moretta. I am the Assistant Community Engagement Manager, still catching my breath, for the Office of Community Engagement. And as Michelle said, I am presenting you just a summary of our engagement report. And so these are some of the themes from our engagement efforts. The first one is obviously that community members want the program to be community-centered.
Take your time.
Thank you.
Slow down.
Sorry.
Take a couple breaths. It's okay.
Still catching my breath. The next one is trained and compassionate. This is actually a quote in Spanish, so we just wanted to highlight this quote because it just reflects the linguistic diversity within our community. It says, profesionales capacitados en todas las áreas de salud que sean amables y no toleren la discriminación racial, which means in English, professionals trained in all areas of healthcare who are kind and do not tolerate racial discrimination. And this actually came from one of our advanced community health pop-ups. Just moving forward to another theme that we found is transparent and accountable. We have this quote that says the program needs to be implemented and maintained with full transparency and review of incident handling by a community support committee. This basically means that residents want the city to be as transparent as possible by disseminating information online. Some believe that the city should create a dashboard similar to Durham's HEART program where folks can look at current data. The next theme, and this is the last theme I'm going to talk on, is the theme around independence from RPD. One of the quotes we are pulling from our Engage Raleigh survey says, "It should be clear to a person experiencing a mental health crisis that the community response team members are not cops." Basically, just drives that a lot of community residents who took this survey and participated in our engagement events have concerns around just skepticism around the police department. And so they expressed a desire for a new team operating independently from the police department. So just to summarize all of the community priorities, like I mentioned, the top 4 that came out from our engagement analysis is a community-centered program, trained and compassionate staff, transparent and accountable program, as well as independence from RPD. So I know that was pretty quick. I kind of came in towards the end, but just want to thank you for listening and also thank those who participated in all our engagement efforts, the community organizations, our focus group, folks who came to our pop-ups and listening sessions, workshops. Just want to thank you for your contributions. I know some of you are probably in the audience today, and for sharing your stories, being vulnerable with us, and trusting us with your feedback and opinions, and really, elevating your voices. So from the bottom of my heart, thank you for the trust and your commitment to making our community a better place. With that, I am going to transfer it back to Michelle. Again, apologies for being late. And she's going to discuss some recommendations. Thank you.
Yeah, drink some water. Can I ask just one quick question before we move on to the next section?
Okay.
I just have a question about the demographic data on one of the earlier slides, that one with the line chart at the top. Yeah. So tell me what these percentages mean, because this is obviously not meaning 100% of white folks in Raleigh took a survey. So Tell me
Yeah.
what this means.
Yeah, no, that's a good question. I believe Raleigh has around, I want to say it's like 70% or 60, somewhere around there, white. So we made a benchmark of 80% meeting that mark. And so we actually exceeded that 80% and achieved at least 100% of that benchmark, if that makes sense.
So of the survey respondents,
Yeah,
you wanted 80% of the respondents to be white, and that is how many?
yeah, 100%, basically, yeah.
So let me see if I can clarify. So let's say you wanted 10 white people to participate. If you had 10 white people, that's how you got 100%. Is that correct? Okay.
Right. So if 8 participated, it would be 80, right? And so we reached that number. Like we actually met the representation of the white participation.
Got it. And the participation you were seeking was parity with the whole population?
Right. Exactly.
Got it. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right, so I want to extend my thank you. I know she's out of breath, but this team that she led did an excellent job. I think they're on a roll. They are getting participation in surveys that we've never seen before. We hire consultants all the time to lead in community engagement efforts, and our team, I think, is far none the best. So I just want to give the opportunity to thank her and team for a wonderful job that we have here. So what are you ready for? Your recommendations, right? So again, I told you would see this slide again. If you recall the common themes that we found from our research, as well as our peer cities, as well as the RTI study, that you would have 4 major components of an alternative response model. And that being our crisis call diversion line, co-response, community response team, care navigation, and case management. So Raleigh's co-response. What are we doing? We already have one. Our wonderful Acorns team, if you recall. This group is doing amazing work, so much so that you all found it fit to allocate $800,000 of the ARPA funding in order to make sure they could double their team, as well as reallocate some of those resources to some things. In particular, Councilmember Blank, you asked for a dashboard. They are working on a dashboard. They have secured a contract with a vendor in order to make sure we are more transparent with those different resources that we connect people to. They're also acquiring some vehicles, as you heard in the survey, and you will be able to see in the final survey that will be released in the next week or two, that people had some concerns with being transported, especially in the middle of a mental health crisis, from a vehicle that looks like a police vehicle or a paddy wagon. So instead of doing that, they are actually purchasing vehicles that will be operated by our social workers here, led by the Acorns team. So this group, I think you guys should give you a round of applause. You actually have a co-response team in the city of Raleigh right now. Crisis call diversion line. As you heard from the survey, and I even highlighted a few things, that when people call 911, they feel more comfortable speaking to a licensed clinician. What does that look like? Licensed clinicians taking mental health calls related to 911, specifically when somebody has identified that they are in a crisis. They want to be able to provide de-escalation and connect them directly to resources. Some of those benchmarking cities that we talked about earlier, Durham-Hart, as well as the Houston CCD line, they're housed in external departments from police department. In response to that survey, where would our crisis call diversion line be housed? It would be housed in our emergency communication center. What we're going to propose to you today is 3 contracted licensed clinicians placed directly in ECC. We would do an 18-month pilot. I do want to pause here for you all as well as the community. 18-month pilot does not mean that it would stop in 18 months. It means we would assess and evaluate based on these success criteria that we put before you. We will continue this program. We would just build on it. So the pilot does not mean it ends. It just means it grows. So I did just want to be very clear there. The third component is a care navigation and case management. And that's social workers, peer support specialists, and in some cities, they actually have RPD officers, Raleigh police, whoever the community is, responding to those things. And they do follow-up and resource connection. What does that program look like? Social workers, peer support specialists, and in most cases, they're able to follow up within 48 hours of the initial crisis. They help connect the community to base care for their needs and wants. And we looked at benchmark city, again, Durham-Hart, and they have this housed in their community safety department. Again, in response to the community not wanting this to be housed in Raleigh Police Department, we have said this will be housed in our Housing and Neighborhoods Department. We think this is best aligned because we know that mental health crises are sometimes, or in most cases, connected to housing crisis. And so when your housing is stable, most cases your mental health is stable. And so you're going to find later in May that Housing Department is actually going to come to you with a full proposal of peer support specialists, but we want to make sure you are able to see that this will be a component, and it also satisfies the care and navigation and case management component of an alternate response model. Community response team. Social workers, EMS, peer support specialists. The challenge with this police is it's directly dispatched from 911. Who's directly dispatched from 911? Emergency responders, which are police, fire, and EMS. How do we accomplish that based off the community survey? Well, in order for the program to work, again, social workers, paramedics, and mental health clinicians. First response-based dispatch to nonviolent and behavioral health calls, helping to satisfy quality of life calls for service. Again, we looked at benchmark cities, Durham Hart, Denver Star, Oregon Cahoots model that you probably have heard of. And they're a mixed bag. They report some in the police department, some in public and safety departments across the group. But again, we want to be responsive to the survey, and we recognize that this would not work coming out of a police department. So our proposal for you all is to think about this holistically and what this needs and what it requires. Ourselves, the city, is not charged with mental health, although we do it, and we do try to supplement in different ways. So in thinking about that, we want to partner with Wake County. That's the only way this will be successful. And according to our survey, 92% of the survey participants support creating a community response team. And the only way that works is direct dispatch, transport, and on-site care, which are services we don't typically provide. So we want to continue those partnerships in order to build a program with our Raleigh Hearts Coalition, which we think is in the audience today, some faith-based leaders, EMS directly, which would work with Wake Med, Allied Health, Health and Human Services, which again is charged with Wake County. They contract through NAMI sometimes, as well as the state of North Carolina. Peer support specialists, which some of the community resources already exist, Healing Transitions, Oak City Cares. So next steps. We want to have a community partner meeting where we go through this entire survey itself and work directly with them, as that was a request for them to be able to see the data itself. We'll go through this presentation. We would like to work with them as we partner with Wake County to design an agreement and program to create a Raleigh community response team. I want to make a recommendation specifically to you all, which you will see later in the budget proposal in May, that will ask you to add contract, which would fund 3 positions in the emergency call center that would satisfy your crisis call diversion line. We would like to add 3 positions to Housing and Neighborhoods Department, which would satisfy the care and case management, and they would work directly under Housing and Neighborhoods and directly with their other peer support team that will be proposed to you all later in this year. And also, we do need to actually replace those ARPA funds of $800,000 that was one-time funding in order to continue our co-response team, which is Acorns. So in summary, what did you all, or hope you will do today, is approve us making the recommendations to include these in our budget. So you would get the crisis call diversion line, which would be the 18-month pilot housed out of ECC, and that would be contract positions, as we do not have licensed clinicians in our staff right now. We would have a co-response team, which you already have through Acorns, but you would reallocate replace the $800,000 that you gave them out of ARPA. The community response team, still developing, which is why it's not completely green, but we want to continue to partner with our focus groups and all those other identified agencies I listed before, and Wake County in particular, which has said they just need a year to help us build this program. And also the care navigation and case management program, which we would kick off with 3 peer support specialists out of Housing and Neighborhoods. And that would also be included in your FY25 budget proposal. So I will pause here for questions.
What has been communicated to the county?
that we need a program and that it doesn't work without them. And so we have started to have conversations directly with their EMS and dispatch operators. And what their challenge is right now is obviously staffing. They're having a challenge with keeping EMS workers as it is. And so they would like the time in order to develop a formal program with us and those community members in order to make sure we could try an 18-month pilot alongside of the ECC, just starting a year later. Yes.
Okay, Councilmember Fort.
One of my questions you've already addressed because I wanted to know what the conversations with the county was. But my second question is, have there been conversations with the Wake County Sheriff's Department as well? Have you looped them into it? If there's going to be a partnership with the county, I know it's going to be a Raleigh-based program, but to make sure if they respond to issues in Raleigh that they're still operating under the same agreement or procedures.
I would say it's a yet no, but that's a very good point, and we'll make sure to bring them to the table when designing a program.
Okay. Any other questions? Councilmember Black and then Patton.
Hi. I want to start by saying this bangs. I'm going to just throw some like millennial like lingo on it. This bangs. I remember Zillennial, 90s babies, I don't know. But I remember a year ago. I said 90s babies, so clarification. But I remember a year ago when we were in Denver and we all met with the Denver Star program, and it was us and the county and some other people, and we were like, we should do this in Raleigh, but we don't know how this is going to happen. And in this year, there has been so much movement and motion to really evaluate what alternative response could look like for this city. I'm really excited to see everything coming together. Shout out to the community engagement department, the work with the focus groups, and just making sure that it's continuously grounded in the community. I think that's a really beautiful thing. All of the values that you represented in the process of going through working with the community was really a really beautiful thing to witness while it was happening and then hearing about it today. So you answered my question about the county, or with the partnerships with the county. I just wonder, like, when are there gonna be like benchmark conversations that come back to us with that? Okay.
Yes, because it needs to be included in their budget and our budget as well. So definitely there will be checkpoints, not to mention when we launch, and actually we're gonna make sure when we launch the ECC call diversion line, that that's also a checkpoint with you all. So we will also be able to tell you where we are with the other teams as well.
And so with the crisis call diversion, can you talk about what that's going to look like specifically? I know in the Denver program, they have like certain things that kind of trigger things. So who's designing that, and like, what is that going to look like?
Yeah, I'm going to bring up our emergency communications director, which I also want to shout them out, by the way. I'm sorry, my notes got a little scattered when I had to take over, but this is National Emergency Telecommunicators Week. So I also want to shout them out. So I want to make sure we give them credit. Actually going to have our assistant director, Jacob Butler, come up and describe the process, as he also came from a community that had a crisis call diversion line.
Hey, good afternoon. Jacob Butcher, assistant director with the Emergency Communication Center. So essentially what this is going to look like is contracting a provider for 3 mental health clinicians. When you think about a crisis call diversion or diversion program for mental and behavioral health crisis, what you're trying to do is get people that are actually certified, qualified to handle these types of situations. That's what leads you down that road. Is police officers, EMS, firefighters are trained in their practice, as well as 911 telecommunicators are trained to process these emergency calls. What it takes to actually take care of people that are in mental and behavioral health crisis is a certain level of education, a certain level of certification, people that can focus 100% on these people that are in crisis. So bringing these mental and behavioral health clinicians into the 911 center gives us real-time access to be able to bring them on the line, but also, as these situations are dynamic, give the counselors the opportunity to communicate back if the situation's starting to escalate. And first responders or EMS might be necessary. You think of somebody hurting themselves or hurting others, and being able to expedite that communication. So having that multi-pronged approach is the benefit, but also having the opportunity for, if first responders are necessary to respond to the scene, being able to have that clinician maintain the caller on the phone to continue de-escalation techniques and de-escalation practices with 100% focus on that person that's in crisis. So you're not tying up a 911 telecommunicator who is not trained and certified to that level, and actually getting them with a professional that can continue providing that help. But then there's also the aspect of during the downtime, because these clinicians aren't going to be on the phone with mental and behavioral health crisis people every minute of the day. They have opportunity to go back and do follow-up 24-hour check-ins, get them plugged in with community resources, peer support, and things like that.
You actually opened up another question for me, because I think I'm not entirely sure how the Denver program works then, or maybe it's a little bit different than what we're trying to do is a little bit different than what they're doing, because from my understanding, it was like their EC operators would be like, this is happening, somebody would describe the scene, and then it would like branch out into where they direct a call. So it's just going to be people who are experiencing maybe a mental health crisis or something, and then that they will be linked up directly with a staff member that's in the EC department.
Yeah, so you're talking about a call flow model is what I'm getting at, if this, then that. So the telecommunicators are trained somewhat to an extent on CIT, mental and behavioral health crisis, to start recognizing that, not necessarily how to deal with it per se. So the call flow might look like, we'll just say a member of the community is experiencing suicidal ideation. They don't want to harm themselves, they don't have any plan to harm themselves, but they have these thoughts. So they're reaching out for help, getting them plugged in with a resource that can help walk them through the thoughts that they're thinking, get them plugged into the appropriate resources, get them plugged in with peers that have experienced it as well, to help walk them through and get them back on track.
Okay. Is there room for us to build a crisis flow model within the EC department, or like train up some of the EC people that we have?
Yeah, and that's always been a priority of mine personally, is mental and behavioral health for 911 telecommunicators, because the last thing you want to end up with, you never know what you're going to get on the other side of the phone when you answer it in the first place, but to end up with somebody that's in crisis and not know how to react or how to respond to that. So continuing education, continuing development of our staff is always going to be a priority.
Cool. Maybe that's something we can look at within this 18 months if we do the pilot. The next question I have was about, I know it's housed in different spaces. It's not for you. Thank you so much. It's for Michelle. Thank you.
Okay.
The different aspects, the crisis call diversion is going to be with EC. We already have our co-response. The care navigation is going to be with housing and neighborhoods. So who kind of like brings all of the
groups together?
Yeah.
So part of what we want to do with the community response team, because what you mostly see is the community response team really leads the effort, right? So they do the dispatching, they do the connecting to resources, the follow-up. They basically do almost everything that you would see in most groups, but we don't have that leadership yet. So to your point, we will be working not isolated, but we will be working in other departments. But currently, as it stands right now, good example is Acorns, which I didn't give them opportunity, give them a little shout out too, is Acorns is a great example. Although they're housed in the police department, they connect directly to housing and neighborhoods. A good example is recently they were working with some encampments that were posing some challenges for different community members. And they were able to connect them directly to resources through working directly with housing and neighborhoods, as well as transportation, as well as solid waste services. And so they're always connecting those things. We will eventually, I think, get there where we'll have it connected in a way that has systems. But if everybody uses the same care and case management software, which is what we're trying to pilot with Geludo, they're able to, or might be Gelato, I might be saying it incorrectly, but they would be able to connect and have all of those individuals that they have served, not the ones that come through licensed clinicians, as we have to protect them through HIPAA, but everyone else will be using the same software. And so they're able to see, okay, who is being serviced by X and who needs this, or I made this contact with this individual and this. So it is going to miss, I would say, the connectivity of not necessarily being housed in one place, but at the same time, we do it very well without them being housed in one, or with them being housed in one department and connecting as well. But the bigger piece is getting that case management software to start first, so we connect all the resources.
The case management software followed by the community response team with the county.
Yes.
Okay. That's all of my questions.
Most definitely.
Thank you.
We had Councilmember Patton next, and then Harrison.
Yeah. Can you go to the slide about the crisis call diversion line?
Mm-hmm.
That one.
This
Yeah.
one? Mm-hmm.
So this is success metrics. One question I had was, if these 3 licensed clinicians, based on the analysis you've done of the call volume and call types, if those 3 will be enough to service like 100% of the appropriate calls?
No, so I'm actually going to bring up Jacob. So we did talk about this. So we really looked at, kind of peak calls and also tried to look at some of those peer cities, and nobody really had a good recommendation. So what they all told us to do was go with like a 9 to 5, just a typical day. And I think we said we're going to do 7 days a week at this point, and 9 to 5 is our schedule. And then from there, we'll branch out to see. The biggest piece we wanted to do was have 3 in order to, mental workload and different things like that in order to have them be able to step away. And to Jacob's point, obviously all the call takers at this point can't take those type of calls. So they'll be jumping in, they'll be able to help other people when it's not necessarily triggered to them through that workflow, but they'll be able to support. May have said anything incorrectly, Jacob, if you want to support.
Yeah, so it's hard to pull statistics right now because there's not really a mechanism in place to be fielding those calls and to actually be pulling those stats. What could have been handled over the phone as opposed to in person, right now everything's getting an in-person response because we don't have that tool in place. I do have experience in rolling out these types of programs in the past. I've spent a lot of time working with the Phoenix model as well. They've got a very robust system there. There is benefit. It's somewhat of a slow roller because the first responders and telecommunicators are trying to get used to the program. The community needs to get used to the program. And there needs to be a level of trust that's built up from the community members as well, that when they get engaged in these programs, it's actually going to be beneficial. What tends to happen with government programs is 6 months, 12 months, and then they disappear. So building up that trust aspect of it and that the system actually works and they're getting the help and the resources they need is when about 6 to 8 months into it, you really start to see the ball rolling. So pulling those statistics, what would have been in-person responses in the past have now been fielded over the phone, building in mechanisms to get those dispositions to the incidents so we can actually start tracking how much engagement have we had, how much money has the city saved with first response efforts that have now been diverted to real-time emergencies, higher priority emergencies and things like that.
Got it. Okay. And do you have a sense, I know you just told me it's hard to track data, but do you have a sense that 9 to 5 is going to capture the callers? I have, my gut just says those types of calls would come in
right.
the dark
And
hours.
Right now, we're kind of eyeballing the target, but talking with crisis call diversion lines, 988 employees, management, things like that, what they tend to see is those systems are typically plugged in and open Monday through Friday, 9 to 5. They've done some experimenting with those programs also to divert their hours, extend them into the evening, and their call volume really drops after 5 o'clock. So starting out with that peak call volume of what they've already experienced, but then as this program goes, continuing to maintain those statistics and see if we need to expand and adjust our hours, because I'm kind of with you on that. I would think more into the evening, middle of the night, those types of issues might be popping up more frequently. But it's going to be one of those things we have to constantly monitor and adjust as we're building it out.
Cool. Awesome. Thank you so much.
Yeah, this would also be a question for ECC, and probably similar to Councilmember Patton. I was just trying to get a sense of the percentage of calls where these clinicians would be of use, and I recognize we really just don't know that yet, and it'll take a little bit to roll out. Do we have any data from other programs that have been going for a while to show the percentage of calls that are now being addressed or at least co-addressed by this type of model?
Yeah, looking at things like Durham, Houston, my experience with Phoenix and things like that, it gets kind of difficult because depending on the region, you start talking about Phoenix and Houston, there's different aspects and different factors that affect people with mental and behavioral health issues, depending on their environment, their community, other services that are offered and that sort of thing. Each city and these programs, as they start to get rolled out, tend to be very unique. You kind of look at a base model and you take that for what it's worth, but then you mold it into what your community wants and what your community needs. That's kind of the importance of these focus groups and community engagement to figure out how exactly we need to mold that model to fit the needs of our community specifically.
Can you give me a ballpark percentage of calls we make Or any goals? I don't even know.
Goals, I mean, you start talking about goals for a program, success measurements and things like that. It's going to be really, you start talking about that 6 to 8 month timeline. It's very difficult because each one of these calls is very unique in itself. So what could take 10 to 15 minutes to de-escalate somebody that's in crisis, somebody else could be an hour or 2 hours to get them de-escalated and really plugged in with the resources. So I hesitate to throw out any guesses, but that will be the success measurement that's being tracked is how many calls, first of all, and how much time, second of all, that would have normally been spent with either police officers or fire and EMS personnel. But also the aspect of, I mentioned disposition, the end result of the call. How many of those are left in community? That's going to be really your success measurement, as opposed to pulling them into the hospital or taking them down to jail. How many were actually able to be successfully de-escalated and left in community, plugged in with resources?
Great, thank you.
Councilmember Melton? Okay. Councilmember Jones?
Thank you. As we look at this possible 18-month pilot, what does the connection to community look like? What are those touch points? Is there a track that you're going to follow?
Yes, so when we come back to you all with the contract itself, we also will have an implementation plan for the connection to the community. Like I said, those continued partnerships, they don't go away. They're going to help us evaluate every single aspect of our program. So we will come back to you with an implementation plan that will show, okay, at this marker, we'll have this many community meetings, we'll have these type of community partners plugged in. Again, Healing Transition, Oak City Cares, all the different people we work with on a regular basis, be connecting with them too to make sure that we are connecting them directly to those resources. And if there's an influx that they see as well. So to Councilmember Harrison's point about some of those data points too, we'll be pulling from those connections to those resources. We'll need those too to find out. And again, the follow-up is going to be key, that like our Acorns does and what these peer support specialists would do as well, because we know things can change within 48 hours too. So we'll have different markers.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I know that I've spoken to some of the organizations. They're really excited with what you have already done. And I just want to make sure, I know you guys are on the same page, that we don't want to lose that. Having community groups that are excited about this process, I want to make sure we amplify that as we continue forward. So thank you for the work.
Okay, you're asking for vote on
Actually, I don't need a
today, or
vote. I'm just telling you it's coming to you as part of your budget. I hope you vote for the budget, and that's what we need. But I don't need a vote. I think I've got your support. I think the community has their support. Let's give them a round of applause one more time. So I want to thank them, and I want to thank all the partners as well as you all for the leadership.
So just as a short addition, amazing work. Surprised Councilmember Melton didn't say anything because he's been talking to me about this for about 3-4 years now. But in addition to that, I challenged the community partners to come up with the name. We can't be Raleigh Hart. That's Durham. We've got to be our own thing. So over the next several months, we challenge you guys to come up with a name that is iconic and one that kind of represents who we are throughout this process. Looking forward to implementing this and looking forward to bringing this as part of the FY25 budget.
So it sounds like also we'll be coming back to you all with a name. So thank you, Manager.
challenge on. Okay, thank you.
Mayor,
Good-
I was just going to
great
add the time for
presentation.
talk is over, and I'm glad we're at the action stage now. So.
Okay, excellent, thank you. All right, and thanks, everybody, for being here. I'm going to take a moment so you can leave. Thank you. Oh, God. Stormy. Oh, God. Okay, now we'll have our follow-up on citizen advisory councils.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council. I'm Tansy Hayward, Deputy City Manager. I'm representing a broad group of staff that across our Housing and Neighborhoods Department, our Parks, Recreation, Cultural Resources Department, Office of Community Engagement, Information Technology, and the City Manager's Office that have done some background investigation and data collection that's summarized in this report. So we will summarize briefly the analysis based on some previous requests that the council made. So just to take us back, at your January 27th council retreat, you got a presentation from the Office of Community Engagement that spoke to some of our opportunities for community engagement going forward. There was a deeper dive in terms of some understanding of what the Raleigh Neighborhood Registry provides, and then really a rollout of the engagement network that included citizen advisory councils that were going to be vested or nested into that project. There was consensus by the council at that retreat to revisit that and provide a higher level of recognition and support to the CACs than to the engagement network. And there was some additional direction and requests since then that I'm going to summarize here. So again, at that retreat, your consensus was to restore some basic support to the community advisory councils. And then there was some discussion about increasing the level of free rentals to 12 rentals rather than 8, which was proposed with the engagement network, and then some emphasis around some technological support to those groups. Following that retreat on February 6th, there was a formal motion to provide free monthly access to CACs within the boundaries of the CAC. Direction to identify opportunities to provide free access to technology and meeting hosting platforms, the kinds of things that would facilitate hybrid meetings potentially for CACs, and then opportunities to connect the CAC program to our leadership development programs within the city. On March 19th, there was an additional request to look into what are the models kind of across the country and here locally that we can learn from as we start to think about what does the future of CACs look like. Part of that request to look for models that had independent organizations outside of the city and that utilize both staff and council liaisons in different ways. So hopefully we'll accomplish all that in this presentation. So our agenda, we will speak to you about some of the options regarding center locations, coming back to those locations that were identified to you previously, talk to you about some of the technology options and costs once we have evaluated all those centers. Again, speak to some of those leadership development opportunities. We do have we've done some peer research, and so we've got a high-level summary of some of the models that you might consider going forward. And then we do have kind of a quick wrap-up slide to just kind of start the reconciliation so that we're all on the same page about the engagement network, the neighborhood registry, and CAC, so that we can make sure that we have a holistic view of those programs together. So the question about having CACs have access to centers within their boundaries, we did find that the original centers that were recommended for the engagement report, there were 14 sites there. There are a number of CACs in their traditional boundaries that did not have a center within those 14 recommended centers within their boundaries. So if you were to increase the number of centers to ensure that every CAC, now again, we know that some CACs are not meeting and there could be future changes to boundaries, but we've used the historical list for a point of reference here. There would need to be 6 additional centers that would be authorized for use for free rentals. Those include JC, Barwell, Top Green, Kiwanis, Halifax, and Tarboro Road. There is no center within the previous boundaries of Forestville CAC. So the closest location is Abbott's Creek, which was in the list for for the engagement network already. The engagement network would continue, we understand, to have access to those 14 sites to again manage sort of staff and facility impacts. We do recommend adding Barwell Road to that list of engagement network sites. So that would take that list of 14 to 15. We did just find, after a second look, that there were some areas of the city not well represented with the sites in the engagement network. So Barwell Road, we would recommend. So just to briefly show what that would look like, again, the engagement network locations are listed. You see Barwell Road listed as a recommended addition from this second opportunity to further consider that. And then again, here would be once we added those additional 6 locations, would be the totality of centers where there would be approval for free rentals for citizen advisory councils. So from a technology assessment perspective, we do not currently have, the community centers are not equipped with OWLs or other streaming hybrid technology. So that is not technology facilities that are available in any of our community centers. We also do not have laptops in community centers for checkout or use in them. The projector and screen capacity varies pretty widely center to center, and I'm going to show you a breakout that shows this. You will remember that the engagement network had planned to purchase 3 portable screens and projectors, and then 3 OWLs. The idea through the engagement network, that'd be kind of a first come, first serve, check in, check out kind of system where people could obtain those amenities and use it to facilitate their meetings. So here again, across the full list of CACs shows you briefly where we already have built-in projectors and screens, where there are screens and projectors that are portable, where people rely on all portable, and then we have a number of community centers that would be involved in this project that have neither projectors or screens. And then there are a couple of outliers. Glen Eden just has a portable screen. So we do have quite a bit of variation in terms of the technological capacity that is available at all of the centers that would be used. So here are some of the options that we worked through in terms of how to address this gap of getting the citizen advisory commissions, councils, the kind of resources that you contemplated in your motion. One is just to rely on those existing and planned engagement network technology investments as they were already existing. So again, it was pretty limited capacity, again, 3 of each of those kinds of technologies, and it did not include laptops. They were not acquiring laptops, so it again presumed that organizations already had their own laptops to be able to track to that. Again, we could rely on the engagement network, that same model, but then increase the number of types and quantity of technology that was available. So maybe adding laptops into the mix of what could be acquired and potentially additional equipment that would allow for greater capacity. That's also something we could evaluate over time as need was. We could also ensure that all of the centers across the network had basic technology in place. So when we say basic technology, we really need a portable screen, a portable projector, an OWL, and a laptop. So that would be anywhere from $5,000 to $7,000 per center per year. And then again, as you saw on that prior screen, again, we have some centers that have like built-in LED screens, built-in projectors. Again, if the goal was to get to a higher level of technological capacity at all the centers, that cost to do those kind of fit outs is anywhere from $40,000 to $70,000 per center. So in terms of meeting hosting platform considerations, here we've assumed that the city would be providing the platform, not the individual groups. Different platforms have different cost, capacity, and impacts. So we looked kind of at Zoom as a baseline here, though that we know there are others. So given the licensing and operational parameters of how Zoom worked, our recommendation, if the city were doing this, that we would actually buy a license for each laptop specific to each group, and that would be in the city's name. The cost for that is about $300 annually per laptop. There is some risk, though. Those accounts would be in the city's name, and we would be agreeing to follow all of the licensing requirements for those. We wouldn't be monitoring the use of those accounts. So there is the potential for undesirable content to be streamed through a license that we held. We could mitigate some of that risk by, having waivers or some other kind of piece. But if there was some kind of way to financially support independent licensing, that would reduce some of that risk and burden to the city and may make some of those licenses more affordable. Because the city is a corporate entity, some of the licensing has a different pricing structure for us than it might for an individual nonprofit or other kind of organization. In terms of opportunities to tie our leadership development programs to the CACs, hopefully those watching or in the room have participated in the Citizen Leadership Academy, Raleigh Neighborhood College, or the Raleigh Neighborhood Exchange. You see here a number of bullets here that ways to promote those programs, integrate those CACs into those programs. The last bullet is, an opportunity to have some criteria that there's leadership have to participate in some way to get some kind of certain benefits. Again, that does contemplate some different kind of relationship or contracting or criteria to receive benefits to be able to enforce that. So as we looked through peer research, so we did a lot of just internet research of cities our size, put postings on listservs and other kinds of things to understand generally how are people, what are the models that are supporting their neighborhood engagement. The first model generally is something like a neighborhood registry. I am going to give some examples on the following slide, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time here. You see generally what kind of constitutes broadly what we considered these models. The next are sort of geographically representative boards that are appointed by the city council or whatever governing body. And the third were independent organizations. So on each of these slides, I'm going to give you one prime example that you see in the body. There is a web link that you could go and see. Some of these organizations have bylaws, criteria, detailed summaries of what the programs look like. I've given you a couple of secondary examples in the green boxes as well. And then just a general depiction of sort of some kind of the pros and cons of each of these models. So both neighborhood and community registry, I've actually used the city of Raleigh as an example here because we both have a neighborhood registry, and I think the engagement network also kind of aligns with that. So generally here, these are very low barrier, grassroots, flexible things. They are very common. As we did our research, this was by far the most common approach that we found in the sample group of their model for engagement. There was some variability in terms of how formal those were, what the criteria was, and what kind of services or benefits that they got. So you see some examples for anybody that wants to learn more about outside of Raleigh's programs, how these work other places. Geographically representative boards. The example I have here is the Kansas City Neighborhood Advisory Council. There's a couple here, also Topeka and Asheville. We tried to find a national and a local example of both of these. So again, these are generally aligned with city-established boundaries, and sometimes they align with a council district, and they go through similar processes like you do for other boards, committees, commissions, and they, in the cases that we found, generally are aligned with the more neighborhood registry kinds of programs. So there's an alignment between the way this board works and its connection to those smaller scale, more direct kind of community engagement places. In these cases that we found, most of the time, both the representative areas for these appointments and the specific neighborhoods, more at the neighborhood scale, had gone through a process that the city had determined those. So a lot of times they were aligned to some kind of planning or other kind of document. They weren't necessarily grassroots determined boundaries. And then independent organizations, a couple of examples we have here is Kono in Colorado Springs. Again, this is an independent organization, so this is a 501c3. In this case, they have a contract with the city of Colorado Springs. You see some other examples here where the relationship is sometimes different between that organization and the city. Again, they tend to be pretty structured. The city in the case of Colorado Springs, again, identified the boundary areas and then the sub areas. In the case of Kono, they receive pretty significant financial support, and they provide some services on behalf of the city. So they offer things like facilitation, meeting design, and they also do some of their programs like our neighborhood college. So you see the other examples, different models of that. Invest in Neighborhoods in Cincinnati and the Inner Neighborhood Council of Durham in Durham up the street. So the last, which was discussed specifically at the council table, is kind of other local models here. So specifically, there was discussion about our business alliances. Some of our business alliances overlap with the municipal service district, some don't. And so those rules vary depending on that. So some of our business alliances have formal contracts with the city and have formal roles. Some of them have incorporated into 501c3s. Some are informal. So there's a span of business alliances in the way that they do work. The Blue Ridge Corridor Alliance, the Downtown Raleigh Alliance, and the Hillsborough MSD, Community Services Corporation, all have contracts with the city. They're all incorporated. They all have a city council liaison and a staff liaison that serve in an ex officio capacity, but then outside of the contracted services that they have with the city, they function independently. The other example locally that we provided is Sister Cities. Sister Cities has operated in a very similar way in the past. They're an independent organization from the city, but they have a contract for certain services and they receive some compensation for that. And I believe they have staff that participate and council that participate. So we did want to give you a sense of what this kind of holistic staff implications of increasing both the kind of support and the number of facilities that we're hosting might have. So first, when it comes to facility support, in the evenings at some of our community centers, we do have very limited staffing. So there's generally somebody manning the front desk and perhaps somebody working on programming. So if the expectation is that there'd be staff available to help with meeting setup, take down, those kinds of things, that would be a staffing enhancement that we would want to make. Similarly, I think in the engagement network model, the idea is, again, people are checking out equipment, but they largely are managing that equipment on their own. If there's a sort of an expectation that park staff would store equipment on site, help people set it up, help it get going again, we would need to have staff available and kind of committed to those roles when these meetings were playing out. So there were some general assumptions about how much hours would need to be put in place and what expense with that. And again, the other two pieces, we would need some more information to really understand what that would look like. And again, the technology investments themselves really would be dependent on what level of technology the council wishes to have in place. So again, I'm getting very close to the end here. Looking at how we reconcile this, as a system, you see again the neighborhood registry, the engagement network. There's no change to those since you've seen that at your retreat. That's just a repeat of that. CACs, again, there's a number of things that have not been explicitly discussed by the council in terms of what benefit CAC would have relative to those others. So you see those just listed here as an asterisk, pending for the future and further discussion by the council. We do have a couple of recommendations for immediate action. First, to add Barwell Road to that list of approved engagement network sites. Second, we have been holding on the deployment of the engagement network until we could get a little bit more clarity about the differences and next steps. We would recommend that you authorize staff to go ahead and proceed with the establishment of the network and just exclude CACs at this point to allow that program to continue to build and allow more conversation about CACs to happen. Staff believe that they could have the engagement network ready to go by July, certainly this summer. Some potential immediate or next steps is to authorize immediately, again, those 12 free rentals for CACs, either at those existing, what would now be 15 engagement sites, or to increase the number of sites and authorize that. So you could choose to do that today or discuss that and do that at a future time. And again, at some point, provide feedback, direction, or information requests related to, again, the impact of those new sites, to further discuss those technology expectations or aspirations, and anything else related to the leadership or opportunities or model. With that, myself and other people that worked on the cross-departmental team are available for questions.
Okay. Councilmember Jones?
Thank you so much for the presentation. I think that you guys did a fantastic job of putting a lot of options on the table for us to discuss. I'm just going to start this off by saying a lot of that stuff, I think we need to include CACs in that conversation. I don't think any of us up here can just say, this is what we want. That was the problem we had in disbanding them, is that we didn't include them. And so I want to make sure that before we say all the decisions that are going to be made, I need them at the table. So I'd really love to incorporate that conversation with staff and CACs before we make final decisions. So that I'll start it off with that. With the, can you go back to the slide that you were just on? It was, yeah, that one. So for the potential immediate or next steps, I got authorized immediate CACs for 12 free rentals. I have spoken with CACs, and that was my fault in that motion by saying 12. I think we can do with the 10 because they all take 2 months off, December and July, if not more. So if that would help capacity for staff and ease the burden a little bit, I do know that we can go down to 10 if that's possible, so that we're not stressing out and if everyone else feels comfortable with it. In terms of the Zoom access, which I really appreciate you spelled it out, and I just want to say back what I think I heard and make sure that it's clear in like a concise form, which is if we want the city to host the account, we need to be able to control that because that's going to be under the city. If we want to partner with an organization and fund them to buy their own account, they need to be an organization, meaning an LLC or a 501c3 or whatnot, which would need to be established in order to just pay for the account as like a benefit. But if it's the other way around, the city would have to have their fingers in a little bit more. Am I correct in understanding?
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, if the account is in the city's name and other people are using it, we just open ourselves to some level of risk because we are the ones that have that relationship. Now, certainly in terms of thinking through how contractually we could get financial support to somebody, yeah, we need some kind of construct to be able to cut a check, have some level of agreement structure in place that allows people to receive the money and for us to grant the money.
Right, and I appreciate that clarification. I just want to make sure that it was understood by everyone watching that there are options on the table, and there are possibilities where the city can maintain access, but that also is a greater security for us, so we have more a bigger hand in that. And there is an option to not have the city have that, but in order to do that, we need you to be an organization and to be determined what that looks like. So I wanted to make sure to make that clear for everyone before moving forward that that is a requirement in order for us to fund it. Okay. And I think that's all I have at the moment. I'm sure I'll have other questions later, but.
Councilmember Patton?
Yeah, I have a couple questions, but I'll stick on the Zoom since we're kind of in that ballpark. So to make sure I've understood, this $300 annually per laptop would be like if there's the package of technology is there, and it would be like the Abbott's Creek meeting room. So it'd be $300 per laptop, or alternately, you're saying like the city could buy a license and an organization could apply and kind of get like a coupon to purchase a license from us with the bulk discount.
Yeah, so this is where it gets really wonky. Each of these instruments kind of works differently. And so, but the Zoom accounts generally are expected to be used by like a corporate account. And they anticipate you're going to be managing them. And like multiple people can't be using the same license. So it's not as if we don't believe we could just buy one sort of license and all of these are shared because there's nobody to coordinate the activities amongst them. So to the point, if you had a laptop for each site, there would be a Zoom account that would be called the Abbott's Creek Zoom account. And there would have to be some kind of shared username, login, that group sort of used and shared that account. It isn't the most elegant, probably, solution, but because, but these aren't, but again, if we were trying to purchase them on behalf of another organization, that was the best thinking that we could think about of how we would do that outside of, again, somebody got financial support to set up the licensing the way that it made sense for their organization.
Okay. Yeah, I can definitely imagine some sort of like information security issues if it's like Abbott's Creek Zoom room, password Parks 2024, then it's easy to leave the center and have those credentials in your brain and utilize them for maybe purposes that aren't in the spirit of what the city wants to accomplish. So it's definitely tricky. I might still be kind of unpacking it in my head. So I'll go on to my other question. There was another slide where you mentioned $5,000 to $7,000 per center is but I think you said $5,000 to $7,000 per center per year, and I just want to clarify if it is per year.
So yes, likely per year. I mean, there's a little bit of this. We've only done so much work to get an understanding of what direction that you want to go. Some of this depends on whether we'd be leasing equipment or we'd be buying equipment. Our computers are generally leased. Some of our AV is leased. So there probably would be some annual costs, and there could be some upfront costs. So these are generally just meant to give you sort of a scale of investment.
Okay. Councilmember Jones? And then Harrison.
I'm sorry, if you want to go first, Councilor. Okay. I just wanted to say that as we move into growing whatever this is going to be, I think this is a good element to say, hey, maybe in the future we can grow to this. Just like we talked about, we don't have all CACs up and running at the moment. So the totality of what that could encompass isn't there yet. How we make and how we work with CACs to develop that timeline to say, okay, this is what we can do now, this is what we can do 2 years from now or whatnot, is an ongoing conversation. I don't think that I would be ready to just say $40,000 to $70,000 a year go, and I don't know that that's what they're asking either. So the potential for this to grow into what it's going to become, I just want to make sure that's clear. This is not something that we have to solve today, but having the start of those conversations and allowing and working and growing with an organization that's building itself is where I definitely want to start.
Councilmember Harrison and then Melton.
Yeah, I do want to make sure that we do authorize the free rentals at the 15 engagement network sites. That is something I understand to be of desire as soon as possible. I also appreciate what Councilmember Jones is saying in terms of we do need to get feedback from the CACs themselves to better understand their viewpoints on some of these options. I did have one, I guess, specific question related to the Powell Road Community Center. So there's no portable projector or screen. And my understanding is there's generally no staff there unless there's a meeting, reservation. So when there's been a reservation by the West Raleigh CAC in the past, then a staff member has to come, they have to open it. And then could they also bring a computer at that time? I can't remember how it's worked in the past.
Yeah, so this is the challenge a little bit when it comes to computers. So we don't generally have like loaner floating computers. Most computers are assigned specifically to employees or to assets. And so again, if there's an interest to have some laptops allocated for these purposes for checkout here, that's almost like a new pool of things that we need to create. But yes, I mean, I think, we'd have to defer to parks in terms of what portable equipment they have that they could take to the site in terms of projectors and screens. They probably have overcome that for meetings, taking things from other stores or using it from the engagement network. Again, there's be also the opportunity to purchase something that could be available on site.
Yeah, and I guess I also want to note that depending on the CACs that are currently operating in the community centers available to them, I wonder if we could hear back from them directly and they could say, yeah, we definitely need a projector at PAL. We are going to be using this space. Or we're only coming here once a year for more of to see each other physically, because there are differences in how they're operating now. They're using Zoom for a lot of their like real focused presentations and meetings, and then they try to get together, just in a way to keep up with each other. And then I also was curious, there was a sentence on one of the slides about it was our Leadership Academy and the Neighborhood College, an option to assign attendance at CAC, CBC, or City Council. I'm not sure if I understood that.
Yeah, sorry, I was trying to move quickly through this. I know you've got a lot of things on your agenda. So the Citizen Leadership Academy and the Raleigh Neighborhood College, they do get homework. The participants in that program walk away with assignments, and so some of the assignments there to build kind of connections could be encouraging those or assigning them to attend one of those CACs, could be one of those to report back, what did they learn, what did they see. The way we interpreted the request is, how do we use these programs to increase the likelihood that people know that these organizations exist and that they're interested in participating. Does that make it more clear?
And I think that sounds like a great opportunity. What is CBC again?
Sorry, a committee, board, or commission. City, I didn't say. So a City of Raleigh committee, board, or commission.
Okay. I think that's all for me. Thank you.
Okay, next is Councilor Melton.
Thanks. I'm just ready to move forward on the 2 potential immediate action provisions and then the first of the next set. I guess we could do it down to 12 free rentals, since Councilmember Jones said that was her request, but modify it. On the third piece, I do think we need a little more information from the groups that will be using the technology about what would work best for them, and some more information about ongoing cost. Personally, I had envisioned the technology, the accounts living at the community centers being maintained by the city, so any group that is renting it or getting access for free could have the same access. So that would be my preference, but I do think we need a little more information on that. But unless someone else wants to do it, I'll go ahead and move that we add Barwell Road to the engagement site, that we proceed with establishing the engagement network, but excluding the CACs from it at this time, and then authorizing the 10 free rentals at the engagement network sites.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, that was unanimous. Thank you. And I agree with what you were saying, Mayor Pro Tem. I mean, when I heard about the technology, I thought that would be there for everyone's use, the community's use, not any specific groups. So I think we need to relook at how we kind of do that. Okay. Next, we have municipal election changes.
I can go ahead and start while we're waiting on the presentation. Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council members, Janie Richardson, City Attorney's Office. I'm back to speak with you all about the ordinances included in the agenda materials related to the resolution for 4-year staggered terms and changing the election method to the nonpartisan primary and election method. Following my presentation, Nadia Moretta with Community Engagement is here, and she's going to speak with you all about the community engagement opportunity related to the other resolution to add the 3 district seats. So just as a reminder, as it relates to the 4-year staggered terms and changing to the nonpartisan primary and election method, we're in the 3rd meeting of the 3-meeting process required to make those charter changes. At this meeting, you can choose whether or not to adopt the ordinance related to those changes, and then also whether or not you're going to hold an election on those changes. If you choose to hold the election on the changes, in addition to adopting the ordinance, you'll also need to adopt the resolution that calls for that special election. That was also included in your agenda materials. There were 2 resolutions included in your agenda materials, or sorry, 2 ordinances included in your agenda materials, but they contain all of these same terms. The 4-year staggered terms, changing to a nonpartisan primary and election method with 2026 implementation, and both being only effective following a vote in November of 2024. The one difference is highlighted here in green. So this is how the at-large seat would, how it would be determined whether the at-large seat had a 4-year or a 2-year term. If you go with the ordinance that has the green language, that allows for the at-large candidate who receives the highest number of votes in 2026 to have the 4-year term versus the second highest candidate receiving the 2-year term in 2026. If you choose, if you don't want to choose this way, the other option would be to separate the seats on the ballot. And so what would happen is when candidates go to file, they would have to choose at that time whether or not they're running for the 2-year term or the 4-year term. So in addition to making that decision on the at-large option prior to adopting any ordinance, you'd also have to make 2 other decisions. The first involves the district seats. So we would need to decide who is going to run with the mayor, which 2 district seats will be running with the mayor. And that is based on how these are grouped. So group 1 would be the mayor, an at-large seat, and 2 district seats, and the second group is the at-large seat and 3 district seats. After it's decided which 2 district seats would run with the mayor, we would then need to decide which group 1 or 2, would receive the 4-year terms in 2026. All of these options can be decided with consensus, but if there's not consensus, we should probably pull out of a hat, which I have one here today, if you all would like to do that. And then once you make a decision on all of these, on these 3 options, if you choose to proceed with adopting the ordinance today, in any motion that's made, I'll just need the person making the motion to note how the decisions came out on each of these. And then also, if you choose to hold the election in 2026, or in 2024, we would also need you to adopt the resolution or make a motion to adopt that resolution to call for that election as well. And so with that, I'm here for any questions.
Councilmember Harrison?
Yeah, thank you so much. I may be a little confused. When I was requesting the community engagement session, I was thinking that that would be for both resolutions. So I didn't realize that we were perhaps taking a vote today on the first resolution, and that's my fault. But I'm just curious about when that community engagement session is planned, and do we have the option to have it before we would make a vote on this first resolution?
So that would be on May 1st. Yes, so that'll be on May 1st at the Chavis Center. Yes, the Chavis Center. And any any decision on these, because of the timing of the public hearing, which was on April 2nd, we'd have to have a decision made by May 21st. The ordinances would have to be adopted by May 21st, or we'd have to start over again, or there'd have to be a special meeting called before June 2nd.
And what time is that community engagement session?
I'll let Nadia speak to that.
Hi, my name is Nadia Moretta. I was here earlier. I have caught my breath.
I was going to say, you got your breath back.
Yes, with the Office of Community Engagement, I actually have some slides. I can kind of give you an overview of what the plan was. Our understanding was that it was only on the second resolution, which was to consider adding 3 additional district streets. But obviously, it's just a proposed plan. We can make edits. So while the presentation is loading, like Janie mentioned, we are looking at doing an additional engagement opportunity May 1st, 2024, which is in about 2 weeks. This will be kind of like a workshop style engagement opportunity, which allows for interactive small discussion at tables, which I think was the request, but also larger group discussions. And then it would be held in the evening from 6 to 8 p.m. We've learned, obviously, through our other engagement efforts that when we have these type of discussion engagement opportunities, we want to allow folks to not only get some general overview and introduction, kind of like what's the goal, what are we talking about, educational kind of like baseline understanding. So that's what we want to do, but also give an opportunity for us to have some, discussions and wrap up. So that is the outline that I have here on this slide. Is just, we want to do a general overview, letting people know, what is it that we're talking about, give them some educational kind of city council one-on-one, what are the terms currently, what are the different type of seats, when people are city council members are elected, just to make sure everyone is on the same page, and as well, review some of the proposed changes, as well as discuss some of the history of the engagement, because obviously this is not the first time we're engaging the community. There's already been a lot of, community participation, as well as that focus group that was launched previously. And so we'll include some of that recommendations from the work group, as well as, the discussion, and wrap up with a summary of, what was discussed, have each table share out what they discussed so everyone is aware of all the conversations that are happening, discuss next steps, as well as we are also our office is working on voter engagement plans for this election season. And so just giving people kind of like a high-level overview of what our plans are. And so if you're interested in knowing the discussion questions, obviously, it sounds like we're expanding beyond just the second one. So, we have questions around what type of city council representation people want to support increasing, whether folks have thoughts on potential benefits and drawbacks on increasing the number of district council seat members, and as well as at-large council seats. If people have any feedback on how the trade-off should be evaluated, what other factors, if there's not additional things that people have discussed at their tables that they want to discuss with the entire group, and then get a sense of how folks would like to get engaged when we're adjusting council size in the future. And that'll be through like a live poll, like Mentimeter, public input. They offer that opportunity. And so a little bit of like different types of methods to gather that feedback. But that is the plan so far. Obviously, would love to hear your thoughts if this is a vision that you had, and if not, we're flexible and we can make adjustments.
Well, thank you, Nadia. This sounds great. I love the idea of the small group discussions. Those questions look great. If we can just add a couple questions related to the 4-year staggered terms and having a primary, I just want as many residents as possible to be part of this conversation as we are making these decisions. It will impact Raleigh for many years to come. So it's important to me before we would make a call on any of this.
Okay.
Councilmember Melton.
I was going to suggest that we wait until after the engagement session on May 1st to make any formal decisions about either resolution. For purposes of providing direction, my preference is to do for the at-large race, the top vote getter in 26 would get the 4-year term, and then the second place person would then, if they're going to run again in 20. I think that's the right way to stagger it. Otherwise, I think it's way too confusing to designate seats, and that just seems wrong. And then as far as which of the 5 existing district seats would go with which group, I mean, I think pulling from a hat sounds most fair, unless y'all want to do it some other way. And there is a hat here, and that could be entertaining. So,
Well, you know, we have to do this very publicly and transparently. So if we are going to draw the hat, I would suggest we do that today, so we'll know what we're talking about. That can also be part of the education process. But before we go there, I have 2 hands raised. So Councilmember Black and then Councilmember Patton.
Yeah, awesome. So I would also be in support of holding this item so it travels a path that's like parallel to the other resolution. I am also in support of top vote getter gets the 4-year term, and the second vote getter gets the 2-year term in 26. Also in supportive of the hat, and I do think we should be like sort of over the top, absurdly transparent about the hat not having. It's not a magician's hat. It doesn't have a false bottom.
It's a Cane's hat. I felt like this was the safest for all involved.
Yeah, it's not a state hat. My only question, though, is that without a decision on the other resolution, we could be determining the cycles for the existing 5 districts. And should that other resolution come to fruition, then we have 3 more districts we need to assign. Is that creating complication? Would we do better to weigh in on that one and then draw from a hat with?
No, we can do the same hat drawing at the next meeting as it relates to those 3 districts. And there'll be separate ordinances as they were separate resolutions. And they'll kind of have an either or situation. If the ordinance regarding the 4-year staggered terms and change to the nonpartisan primary passes, and but the 3-year terms doesn't, then or not the 3-year terms, the 3 districts doesn't. They'll all work together.
Okay. Councilmember Black.
Hi, this is for the Community Engagement Department. Hello again. Hi. So, wow, I just spaced on my thought.
I had a question, if you want to gather your thought for a second, and it's for community engagement. If we bring this back May 7th, do you have enough time between 1st and the 7th to compile that information and share it, or would it be better for us to schedule this on the 21st?
Good question.
Because the 21st is the deadline, correct?
Yes. We will work on whatever you all believe works best for you.
I think we should try to get it on the 7th so we have the data, because that gives us the 7th and the 21st. If we do on the 21st and there's follow-up questions or we need more time for discussion, there's no more time. So I think we need to do it on the 7th.
Yep, I agree.
Sounds good.
Can you remind me again? Sorry,
Go on.
Can you remind me again of the process of engagement that happened around these 2 resolutions and different the expansion, or not the expansion, but the changes to the municipal elections?
Good question. So I believe, obviously, this was before my time. I started in October. So I believe the Office of Community Engagement under Taisha, they did a survey. I believe it received over like 1,000 respondents or survey participants, came to you all, presented the findings, and I think it was recommended for us to go through like a statistically kind of significant representation of the public, which we contracted with a vendor, and they did a random sample to get a representative sample of community participation and feedback, and ask questions, phone calls, different things like that, and we presented that to you all as well.
Okay, because I think many members at the table, at least Councilmember Harrison and myself were curious about another point of engagement, just because when it hit the mainstream talking points at council again, after all this time, people were like, wait, what's happening? And they were very unaware. So the question I had was specifically about the meeting on May 1st, and the mayor kind of got to my question about like, how long will the data take to get back to us? What will it look like? What's the feedback loop for us knowing what's happening there? And I think that the question kind of has been answered. So really the essence is we're going to be aggregating the data and the conversations that were happening from what happened in that room.
Correct.
And we're going to get that back.
So it'll be probably pretty similar to all the engagement summaries we've given. We'll talk about the themes, maybe highlight some quotes, get a general sense of what the feedback was. We'll have a chance to do that live polling, so we'll be able to pull like actual quantitative stuff. So like if 50% of people believe that council seats should be at large, or the increased council seats should be mostly at large, or district seats, we'll be able to pull that from that live polling that we're planning to do.
Okay,
Yeah.
thanks. I'm planning to help you guys pack out that meeting by
Thank
some
you.
of the people
Yes.
who came up to me. So
Sounds
good luck.
good. And I did forget to mention for the engagement, there was also like a focus group, work group that worked on recommendations as well. Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
Thank you. Next, we move on. Okay.
Nadia, is that information about the engagement session already online, or when will that be?
We were waiting to get your blessing, so
Okay.
we'll make it available as soon as possible.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have the report and recommendation of the city manager. Oh, the hat, yes, the most fun we're going to have all day. Come on, bring it.
Who wants to do the honors? This is Aaron. Oh, no.
Aaron will do it.
No.
Blame it on Karen, yeah.
Okay. Well,
What are we pulling for?
oh, so these are the districts, so that's, I guess I need to clarify. Was there consensus that the at-large candidate will be determined based on the
Yes.
votes? Okay,
Yes.
Perfect. Yes.
So these first two seats you're pulling are for group one.
For group
and the remaining
one.
three will just obviously be group two.
Yep.
So you're going to pull two names, those are group one names.
Yep.
And group one is for a 4-year term?
No.
No, not yet. We don't
I'm
know
going to
that
say
yet.
this all into the mic for our viewers at home. Janie is going to reach into the hat and pull out 2 districts, and those will be the 2 districts that go in Group 1 with the mayor and 1 at-large member in 2026 for a 4-year term at that time.
So then we will pull we'll pull the group out of the hat for Group 1 or Group 2 to who receives the 4-year terms.
Oh,
So I'll have
understood.
to replace these with my 2 little
Understood.
pieces.
First and then
Okay, come on, let's get going.
It's all above board.
District A. District B.
District E is in here, District D is in here, and District C is in here, just so. Now we're deciding which group, Group 1 and Group 2,
And you're pulling for what?
for the 4-year.
4-year term.
This is
This is it.
the important one.
No pressure, Karen. Do-do-do.
Group 1.
Okay. So A and B is in 1.
Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
Yep. Okay. I think that will be good information to share too as part of the engagement process, so thank you. All right. Thank you. Exciting. Another step forward. Yeah. All right, city manager.
Awesome. Don't have any hats or names in hats, but we do have a gap financing opportunity for some additional rental development. We have Erica Brandt from Housing and Neighborhoods here to present this item.
I'm ready to approve
Okay,
whenever.
I'll make it really quick.
Yeah.
Good afternoon,
This is the
Council
good
and
stuff.
Mayor. Erica Brandt with Housing and Neighborhoods, and I'm here to present some funding recommendations for gap financing for low-income housing tax credit projects. So I'll go as quickly as I can, do a really quick overview of our rental development program just as a refresher, summarize the proposals, and present the funding recommendation. So in short, our program provides gap financing for the low-income housing tax credits, which are awarded by the state. We abide by this evaluation criteria and scoring proposals that we receive. I would like to highlight for the first time this year, we offered a bonus point category for very, very deep income targeting at the 20% area median income level. And we were very happily surprised that all of the proposals took us up on that and included 5% set aside for 20% AMI units. These are the 3 proposals that we are recommending for funding. 2 are 9%, one's a 4%. They vary a little bit based on that structure in development size. You'll see that they're all senior projects, and in total, these 3 projects would create 230 units and require about $6.5 million in city funds. And you'll see that the rents here range from about $300 a month on the low end for the 20% units to up to about $1,400 a month for the 80% AMI units. You can see where they're located throughout the city. The orange indicates areas of housing opportunity, although all 3 of these senior projects are actually exempt from the affordable housing location policy since they are senior projects. And then here's our funding. We've got $18.8 million available, and we will have about $12.3 million available after this funding recommendation. So our recommendation is to approve conditional commitments of up to $6.575 million for the 3 recommended projects. The state will then make final awards of tax credits sometime in August, so we'll know which of these projects actually are able to move forward and get built. But our conditional commitments will be included in that final application to the state.
Thank you. Move for approval. Second. Lots of seconds there. I think it was Councilmember Fort. Okay. All in favor? Aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay.
Awesome. Next, we have the Fire Department Master Planning Services opportunity. We have Patrick Marks from Raleigh Fire here to present this item.
I think Councilmember Patton is ready to make a motion on this.
Do it. I would love to see your presentation. Absolutely.
Would love to see it, but here we go.
Good afternoon, Council. Thank you for your time today. My name is Patrick Marks. I'm the Division Chief with the Fire Department, so we're excited to give this proposal today. But first, Mayor Baldwin, I wanted to address you. The Fire Department is all on board with NC State Day. We've already got our fire trucks painted the right color, so you just let us know when we need to be there. Okay?
Good move. Good move.
But moving along, this is our master plan that's going to address the deployment of our resources throughout the city. And so we're looking to enter into a contract for a value not to exceed $340,000. And I'm going to give you the highlights of that contract and also try to keep it brief. So the reason for this contract in particular, what we want to do is have a third-party company come in and evaluate the fire department as we stand right now. We want to make sure that we are exercising the best practice on our deployment model. We have the right fire stations in the right places, the right apparatus in the right places, and we're doing the absolute best we can with what we have. That's going to establish a foundation for us to start planning things in the future. So moving on with this third-party evaluation, we want to make sure that we're forecasting the demands of the city as it grows, not only as we expand our boundaries, but as the city gains density in certain areas that are already incorporated. Following into that plan, what we're looking for is these recommendations to be prioritized. We do understand that we're not going to be able to get everything we want at one time, so we need to make sure that these recommendations are in a very distinct order, and they also match our ability to have revenue to pay for them as we move forward. And they're done over a reasonable and attainable time period. So the 4 items that are in particular in the scope of work with this contract that we wish to enter into. First is the fire service requirements, the things that are specific to the Raleigh Fire Department itself. Followed by growth projections. That's going to require this agency to work with other partners within the city, specifically Raleigh Planning, as well as other city departments, so that we can get an effective amount of data to make a good, informed, and objective decision. Finance modeling is going to be addressed in our plan that I'll discuss on the next slide. And then finally, what are the deliverables, the things that we're going to get out of the contract that we're going to be able to show that work for moving forward. So first and foremost, the fire department requirements. On this slide, I'm going to go top to bottom and left to right. Excuse me, left to right, top to bottom. The most important thing is a 10-year plan. So we need to be able to project what we're going to need over a period of time so that we can adjust to any changes that come along, and also so that we can have effective revenues to be able to pay for it. as the city grows. Specifically, we're looking at the staffing of the fire department, the actual firefighters on the fire trucks that respond to your house, our apparatus, our fleet, our vehicles, both our frontline and our reserve equipment, as well as the fire stations and facilities themselves. Moving across, what we're looking for is to achieve the recommendations of NFPA 1710. So what that is the National Fire Protection Association Standard 1710, and the title of that document is Fire Protection for Urban Environments. So that affects the city of Raleigh. It establishes a industry best practice for how fire departments should perform and should deploy themselves in an environment such as the city. While we're trying to achieve the requirements in that NFPA standard, we want to make sure that we're looking at our current resources, how we're deploying it, and making sure that we're maximizing any efficiencies and leveraging anything that we're already doing well to do better. And then also, we want to be good stewards of our tax dollars. So when we're having somebody else look at the way we're doing things, they may see it from a different perspective and may have an idea on how we can do better with what we have moving forward, so we're not constantly asking for an increase in money there. So also, local jurisdictions for mutual aid, and what that means is as the city grows, we touch other jurisdictions, so other municipalities within Wake County or Wake County government itself. So in the world of emergency services, it's time that's the issue. When you call 911, our goal is to be on your front doorstep in 4 minutes or less. We have a joke in the fire department that we say we're faster than Amazon Prime. So we try to get to your house as fast as possible, but ultimately sometimes somebody else's fire truck may be closer than the city of Raleigh fire truck as the city grows. We want to make sure we're leveraging those relationships in a fair and equitable way so that when somebody calls 911, they're getting that help in that timely manner. Further, we're going to look at our fire station locations, not only the ones we have now, but also the ones that we're going to need in the future as we continue to annex areas and identify those facility investments. Can we work with other departments such as police or other city agencies that are having a need in that area so that once again we can be good stewards of our money. Fire station location is very important to us. We see the fire station location, the fire department in particular, as being ambassadors of the city's goodwill in those communities. So we want to be in those communities, we want to be visible, but we also want to be in the ideal place for response, which may mean partnering with transportation and other agencies such as DOT to make sure we're in the right place so that our apparatus can move around those areas quickly. When we look at fire service demands, we've got to project that in addition to the growth of the city, because in reality, we realize that that's what's driving this thing altogether. So as the city grows, we need to kind of determine both on the fire department and with partner agencies in the city how we're going to project this growth, and we want to look at the existing planning documents that already exist. We don't necessarily want to reinvent the wheel or have somebody else reinvent the wheel for us if you already have good information that's in place. We can use some of that existing information along with that third-party look at that information to create a new projection on how we're forecasting, and then also take that information and start beginning to anticipate what's going to happen in unincorporated areas of the city, especially as we take them in and we annex them. So another thing we also want to look at is not necessarily the outer growth of the city, but the inner growth of the city. So as the city becomes more dense, we may already have a fire station in a certain community or neighborhood, but as more people and more homes are built in those areas and more businesses come to that area, that increases the demand on that singular fire station. So we need to evaluate the possibility of having additional resources in an existing place in the city, especially when it comes to density or height. In the discussion of height, when a building becomes taller, which I think everybody can see is happening in the city of Raleigh, that does create a challenge for us in the fire department. We're ready to meet that challenge, but once a building becomes taller, it does make it a little bit more difficult to fight a fire in it as compared to a 1- or 2-story residential structure. Once we finish out that, we want to make sure we're looking at how density is moving throughout the city. Things change throughout the city as time goes on. We may have to make adjustments from one area to the city to the next based on call response, based on what's becoming a high growth area, and then what is changing in an already existing area. So we want to make sure we're looking at all these growth projections, adding it into our emergency service delivery requirements, and making a good decision. So one of the things with this particular company that we're excited about is they have a data analysis tool or projection tool. They were the only company that bid on the RFP that was able to offer this to us. And the benefit of this projection tool, and before we get along, the picture you're seeing on your screen is an illustration. It is not an actual map of the city of Raleigh, but it appears as if the output of this software that we would have. This projection tool is going to take different types of data points, not only the fire department, but in this situation, we've got to consider outside agencies such as Raleigh Water, transportation department, the engineering department, and the planning department, and all the information that they have and can contribute to this plan. This software allows us to bring all that information into one reporting avenue. So this particular software allows us to have a real-time projection tool where we can theoretically plug in a fire station or an apparatus on this map, and we can see how the service delivery changes on the map. You see on the map that it's color-coded. You see blues and greens as well as yellows and oranges. Blues and greens would show areas that we are effectively meeting our fire service and emergency service demands. Oranges and yellows would show areas that we have deficiencies. So it would give us a very visual representation of what we need to do and where we need to put equipment, fire stations, and staffing to address those emergency concerns. So deliverables, what are we going to get out of this? All right, so finally, we're going to get a document that's going to give all this information in one place that we can report. It's also going to have recommendations in it, recommendations that fit traditional fire service roles as well as out-of-the-box thinking, so that we can, once again, be good stewards of our money. We're going to look at alternative service delivery and staffing. That's going to look like our mutual aid agreements and working with other departments as we grow, or as it takes time to build a fire station in the community to make sure we have a good relationship with those other municipalities. And then also look at opportunities to share and allocate costs amongst other jurisdictions when it comes to fire and emergency response. So finally, the biggest thing is we're going to get a presentation that we're going to be able to bring back to council to give these recommendations, to have further discussion on our best practices moving forward. So to give a brief timeline, we've already had a solicitation of a request for proposal. We concluded that in December of 2023. We went with a company known as Dark Horse Emergency Solutions. And we are here today, April 2024, looking for approval of the contract. So what we're seeking today is for council to approve for the city manager to enter into this contract. Should that occur today, we want to kick off this project in 2024 and then have a report back to council in 1 year. The lion's share of that 1 year time period is going to encompass this company coming in with their data analysis tool and working with all the different stakeholders that may affect emergency response in the community and bring it into that projection tool and make sure that we're vetting and verifying that information so that we can make a good, analytical, objective decision. Finally, once that concludes, we're going to bring that back to council and then hopefully look to implement some or all of those recommendations as council sees fit. So to recap today, what we're looking for from council is the approval for the city manager to execute a contract with Dark Horse Emergency Corporation, not to exceed an amount of $340,000. The rough breakdown of that fee is $300,000 gives us up to 2 years of working with this company under contract. The additional $40,000 allows us to leverage a 1 year extension should it be necessary. So that concludes my presentation for today. I just want to thank you for your time.
Thank you. Councilmember Patton?
I have a handful of questions, but I will approve it at the appropriate time. I've been waiting for this item for a long time, so I'm really excited to see y'all are here. Couple things. Just wanted to put an exclamation mark, and you mentioned them, but just want to emphasize, I really appreciate the mutual aid work, especially in the areas of the city that I represent. There are you can drive past a Wake Forest fire station on your way back into the city of Raleigh. And so, stretching ourselves to collaborate with our partners so that we're just getting the right apparatus to the right place at the right time is, I think, really, really important. I also, would also love to be one product to come out of this, be a wish list of locations of future facilities, because I think sometimes we will be in different rooms or privy to different opportunities where we could leverage a public-private partnership and want to make sure that we're all equipped with information so we can kind of help you get the assets that you will need. So if we could just kind of make sure that's one of the products that comes out of it. And then just want to make sure there's a plan once this is completed for the sort of care and keeping and updating of it. This is setting us up to be responsive to growth, but obviously what we expect the city might do and what it will actually do could vary over time, and we'll need to kind of recalibrate. So just as you work through that, making a plan for sort of future revisions.
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm happy for my other colleagues to have questions, and I'll approve whenever it's time.
Councilmember Jones?
Has this company done fire master plans in the past?
Yes, they have. They do have a website that's accessible, and so they have done several fire master plans for other municipalities and government agencies of similar size and service provision.
Awesome. And can you go back to the slide with the timeline? I'm wanting to go through, so if it's approved and kicked off, reporting back to council will be June of next year, but that will miss the budget deadline for the 25-26 budget. So it would not be implemented until 26-27? Is that
Yes,
right?
ma'am. I feel like those adjustments could be made if it's in a 30 to 60 day window. We may be able to work in, but we may be able to get that information back to you.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Herbert Griffin, the Fire Chief and Director of Emergency Management. We've worked with Dark Horse, and the timeline and projection is going to be 9 to 12 months. So hopefully this will be wrapped up in 9 months, back to you in 12 months for a presentation.
Awesome. Awesome. That's great. And then I just wanted to highlight two things. Can you speak to the NFPA standards and how we are measuring up currently?
The NFPA standards right now for 1710, like he said, our goal is to have a fire apparatus within your house or residential area within 4 minutes. Right now, the percentile that we're running is about 87 percentile on time. But as we continue to approve annexations and create more density, that stretches that timeline out.
Awesome. Thank you. And then I want to uplift what you were speaking about with as we grow and we get to 40 stories and higher, that you're not just putting out fires. That's not your only job. So when somebody has a heart attack on the 40th floor and we have to climb the stairs to get up there, that's also an issue as to why we need to make sure the resources are available before we continue growing that high. And I just wanted to highlight that, and if there's anything you would like to add in that.
Thank you for recognizing that. I think it often goes missed that we are the fire department. We traditionally keep that moniker that we are firefighters, but also in the city, we are the city's version of emergency medical services. We work with Wake County EMS and we first respond. So medical emergencies are important to us. We are also, if there's a spill response or hazardous materials incident in the city, that becomes our responsibility, as well as any rescues, such as somebody being entrapped in a vehicle in an accident, or a worker who has an injury at one of our work sites in a developing area. So yes, thank you for bringing that up, that yes, we do a lot of things for the city and we're very proud to do it.
Thank you for all your work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. If there's no other questions, I motion to authorize the city manager to execute the contract with Dark Horse in the amount not to exceed $340,000.
Second. All in favor? Aye. I think there's a lot of excitement about that. Thank you.
One last thing, Chief Marks was promoted last week, so I threw him in the fire with his presentation, so he did a wonderful job, so thank you.
He actually knocked it out of the park yesterday in agenda review, too. So with that, we have Carrie Painter here to do a 2-for-1. We have 2 items affiliated with the Convention Center Expansion Project, the CMAR representation, and the owner's rep. And before she gets to her formal presentation, I'd just like to note, we had originally planned to bring the tri-party agreement on today's agenda. Just got an email about 10 minutes ago from the county that the most recent edits were approved by the Centennial Authority's representatives, so we are set to go on the next agenda. The county will hear it on May 6th, and we will hear it on May 7th to close that up and move on. So with that, I'll turn it over to Carrie Painter, here to talk a little bit about the expansion and relocation.
Okay. Before we do this, I think, I'm not sure.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I've reviewed these 2 short presentations. They're within budget. Good WMBA participation. I'm ready to approve unless we need to. We've got a lot of public hearings coming up, so I'd be ready to approve unless someone wants to hear them.
I'm ready to second it unless anybody, what I'm particularly impressed with was the MWBE participation, 21% for the first item and almost 20% for the second.
I am also ready to approve. I think we all kind of looked at it through budget, but I do think it would be nice for the public to maybe hear some of it.
I can be very fast. Okay, here we go. So, why are we clicking? Be fast if I knew how to use it. So today's presentation is the last two pieces of our project group in order to deliver you the convention center expansion and the relocation of Red Hat. I remind you, we were here January 16th. We brought you Ratio and TVS for our architect team. They have come out of the gate running, and we are on our way to a beautiful expansion. Today, I'm here to talk about construction manager at risk. We put it out for bid on January 9th. Submissions came in February 6th. A 10-person committee reviewed the submissions, went to a short list, and on February 24th, we interviewed them live. It was a unanimous decision, and we chose Clancy and Thays, Skanska, and D.A. Everett. We are excited about that because Skanska has already worked on our original convention center, so that's a really great thing. They're very familiar. They have done other venues within our industry, and so they have really great knowledge for this. As you mentioned, they have a strong MWBE with a 21%, so we're really excited about this team. The third leg of the group is the owner's representative, and a 5-member group reviewed that submission, which came in February 29th. We met with them live in March and unanimously approved the Cummings Group, and they too have some really great experience within our industry, having worked in the Javits Center in New York and Hawaii Convention Center, and 2 extraordinary museums, one being the new African American Museum in Charleston, and they have a 19.8% minority participation with Kate's service group. So I am here to say, please consider our 2 recommendations.
Okay. Well, we already have a motion and a second, so all in favor? Aye. Okay. Thank you. That was unanimous. Good work.
Have a good day.
Thank you.
And last thing, I would just like to say a shout out to our amazing staff. A couple weekends ago, we put on our 4th Dreamville Music Festival. We had in excess of 51,000 people on both Saturday and Sunday nights, and it's not just special events, it is planning and development, it is RPD, it is Raleigh Fire, it is the city manager's office, it is the city attorney's office getting contracts at the last minute. It is a true team effort, and I think it has been one of those things that has helped to put Raleigh on the map. And we can't forget, obviously, PRCR, because they do a lot of the work all the way leading up to the event. So if we could just give our amazing staff a round of applause. And as the city manager that sits in the seats and walks around all day trying to make sure everything goes well, I am happy to say that after 4 years, we've had less than 10 incidents of any type of citation or anything. And that is amazing that we're able to bring that many people to this community, have a good time, and do it civilly and in the name of music. And so music is the art form that brings people together. And that concludes my report.
Thank you. Good work. Okay, now we're on to matters scheduled for public hearing. First item is the public nuisance abatement.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. Bryce Abernathy, Housing and Neighborhoods Code Enforcement. I'm bringing you 3 properties today for lien confirmation for nuisance abatement work that was completed on the properties. And the first one here is 605 Bragg Street. This is a vacant property. This came from a complaint from neighbors. It was essentially trash and debris around the entire yard. This is about the 8th time that we've cited this property owner for these kind of issues since 2019. They've been unresponsive.
Do you know the total amount of lien value on their home?
I took a quick glance at it this morning. It was around $7,000.
$7,000.
Is this a rental property?
It's vacant, so.
Yeah, do you know where the trash is coming from?
I get the feeling that there may be some people that are getting into the house from time to time, and we're looking into that for housing enforcement. But that's, since we can't get in touch with the owners, that's going to require advertising and administrative warrants to go inside and that kind of thing.
Do you want us to motion these individually?
It's up to you guys. I can move forward and we can do them all at once. It's fine.
Let's do them as a package.
Yep, there's nobody signed up to speak in favor or against, no, on any of them.
1112 Oakwood Avenue is just a vacant lot. it's high grass. And again, the owner was unresponsive with that, and that was also a complaint.
Is this a commercial, rental, or investment property?
It's under an individual's name, but they live in Charlotte, so I'm assuming it's just an investment property that they have. And the last one was 7401 Ray Road. And this one, we worked with the owner for quite some time, probably about 7 months before we actually sent the crew out there to complete the abatement. But as we got in, more stuff was uncovered, and it became quite a large abatement out there. We have been in touch with the property owners on this one, and they said to go. They gave us. They said go ahead and do what we needed to do. I did talk to the executor of this property this morning, and I think that they have a buyer set aside on the property, so I think it's about to be sold here pretty soon. And that's the last one. If you have any questions.
Okay, any questions?
You know what my question's going to be? It's going to be about the mutual aid. So I got your email about it. I just want to commend you on doing the work over the last year to like build that out. I would love to see more, and I don't know where we could move in direction on that. Is it something that, and this is like not about the explicitly about the public nuisance abatement, but it is in a generalized question about the public nuisance abatement process. Do you think there's more that can be coming from council on how we could work with the mutual aid hub when we do have properties that aren't, rental, commercial, or investment properties? Or is it just like the process is already baked in and you guys are comfortable with it where it is now?
I mean, this process has been in place for a really long time. And anytime there's a situation where somebody needs assistance, or we work with them on time, and we give them any resources that we have available. We don't want to do the abatements. We want the property owners to take care of it.
Right. It's just the connecting the property owners or the people who are having the issues on their property to like a mutual aid resource hub. And
that's where the rub is. If nobody contacts us and we don't have any information other than the mailing address on the tax records, then it's a struggle to make that connection.
Okay.
But if they call us asking for help, we will certainly pass the Raleigh Mutual Aid Hub.
Thank you for doing that over this last year.
Yeah.
Okay, any other? Okay, I'm going to open the hearing on all three, close the hearing, and do we have a motion? All in favor? Aye. Okay, thank you. That was unanimous. Next, we have the Downtown Municipal Services District. We have 17 people signed up. My understanding is not everybody could make it. So what I'm going to do is ask everybody to take 1 minute. So we'll have 1 minute per person, then I'm going to ask people to line up. So we move that quickly. So just so everybody knows what is about to happen. So, Sonia?
Okay. Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council members. I'm Sadia Sattar from Budget and Management Services. Before opening the hearing for the downtown MSD expansion, staff has prepared a brief presentation that we would like to share with City Council. And this is going to provide some context around some key dates and the next steps in the process, as well as the direction that we need from City Council today. So we've been talking a lot about MSDs in these chambers over the course of the past few months, in particular 3 MSDs. Today, we're here to talk about the downtown MSD expansion. We've also been talking about Blue Ridge. Of course, that is a new district. We will be bringing that forward to City Council on May 7th. And then we've also spoken about Dix Park. And just to get City Council as well as members of the public acquainted with where these areas are located around the city, we've also got some maps that we wanted to share. So this map should be very familiar with you all. It was in the feasibility report that was also attached to this agenda item, and you've seen this as part of the March 5th presentation as well. But the black outline is the expansion boundary that we are discussing today. We've also talked a lot about the Blue Ridge MSD and this is the proposed MSD boundary map as well. Again, should be super familiar to all of you. And last but not least, here is the proposed boundary map for the Dix Park MSD. As you can see, circled on the map is some overlap with the downtown MSD expansion area, and we just wanted to bring it to your attention today. Before I move forward, I did want to mention that as we talk further about the downtown MSD expansion, we worked super closely with our partners in the city attorney's office and the clerk's office to get here today. So I really want to recognize them for their assistance in this effort. So how did we get here? What are we doing here today? And what are the next steps in the process? So on March 5th, as I mentioned previously, we brought forward the DRA item, the downtown MSD item for all of you. City Council accepted the DRA feasibility report that outlined the expansion map, and you directed us, or staff, to conduct a public hearing, which is what we're here for today. Once we got that direction, the city clerk's office, as well as staff in the Budget and Management Services Department, mailed letters alerting all impacted property owners in the expanded district area. And these letters included information on the expansion request, the date and time of this public hearing today, and how property owners within that expanded area could ask for exclusion from the proposed expansion. So per code, as you'll see, there's a next date there, which is April 23rd. Per code, property owners have until April 23rd to formally request exclusion from the proposed expansion boundary. And should council wish to move forward today, a request should be made from staff to bring an item back on May 7th that includes all of these exclusion requests. So staff will then bring back an ordinance. So this is important, so that should you decide for the expansion to take place as part of the fiscal year 25 budget process, we will then need 2 readings or votes of this proposed expansion boundary for the downtown MSD. So today, as I mentioned, we are here for the public hearing, but after the public hearing is where we need some direction from City Council. So should you decide to proceed with the expansion of the downtown MSD, there is significant work that is required from staff to help you make that decision. So after you make your decision today, the next step would be to consider individual property exclusion requests from the expansion of the downtown MSD. So as mentioned previously, requests for exclusion must be written and must be received in writing, by April 23rd of 2024, and staff will use the standards below to determine if these requests qualify for exclusion. So property owners within this proposed expansion must submit in writing to the city clerk by April 23rd that, they are requesting exclusion from the proposed district, and these requests for exclusion must outline or must include the reasons for exclusion as outlined in the feasibility report. So they must also include the owner's address and specific reasons why their property would not need the expanded services outlined in the feasibility report. And I do want to mention to City Council that these are the standards from the state statute. So the direction that is needed from City Council today is that we obviously don't know how many requests or petitions for exclusion we'll receive from owners within the proposed expanded boundary. But we do want to talk about the work that is involved in reviewing these requests, and this goes back to what I was saying about significant work needed from staff. So we've got 2 options outlined for City Council here. City Council could either direct today, should you decide to proceed with the hearing, to say, hey staff, why don't you review all of those written requests for exclusion? And then staff will apply the criteria as listed on the slide here, which is, we'll see that, hey, the request is received from the property owner of the parcel that's asking for exclusion, and then the property owner has submitted information to demonstrate with particularity that of all the 5 services that are outlined currently in the feasibility report, which include safe environment, clean environment, economic development, targeted marketing and events, and community engagement and conflict resolution, do not apply to them. So this is the assumption the staff will be working under as we review those requests. So we'll essentially bring back 2 piles. One pile is this property owner has identified that all 5 of these services will have no impact to them in that proposed boundary, and the second pile will have everything else. So we will then bring all those requests that we would have then reviewed based on these criteria to all of you on May 7th. Or you could say, hey, staff, we don't want you to review these requests, we'll do that. And in that case, whatever requests we receive, we will bring to you all to deliberate on May 7th of 2024. So to wrap up, we need a few things from City Council today, as I mentioned. We're obviously having the public hearing today, but staff needs direction from City Council if you would like to proceed, and then how you would like to proceed. If you would like for us to review those petitions for exclusion, or if you would like to do it yourself. So that was my very brief and quick presentation, and now I'll open it for questions from City Council. And I also want to say that I have City Attorney's Office here, as well as the City Clerk, to answer any questions you have.
Okay, Councilmember Harrison and Patton.
I just want to thank you, Sadia, for that information. And if we ask staff to review the requests for exclusion, ultimately still City Council could add an additional property for exclusion. Is that correct? Like if there is concern?
I'm going to have Brandon Poole come and answer this question, please.
Hi, Brandon Poole from the City Attorney's Office. So the statute lays out certain rights of property owners to be able to submit the request in writing to request to be withdrawn. That's essentially trying to protect the property owner from a tax they feel shouldn't be applicable to them. Council obviously has legislative discretion to, as it goes through the process, back away from the finding that supports the creation of the MSD, that certain parcels need the enhanced level of service to an extent beyond the rest of the city. I think the study lays out sort of the most conservative map of where it's expected that those services are needed. And as council receives information from this hearing and from other sources, if it can make a finding that those properties don't need those extra level of benefits, it can withdraw them as the process moves forward up until the first reading. The first reading has to include the map that the second reading would consider.
And then also, if there was a property you excluded but we wanted to include, we would also have that ability to bring it back in?
If at the point that the notices went out based on the map and the feasibility study, properties can no longer be added.
But if they were in that original notice?
If they're in the, I'm sorry.
So like, let's say staff recommends for exclusion of property that council prefers to include. Council would have the ultimate
Correct. Council has the
decision-making
ultimate say
authority.
regarding any exclusion
Okay,
request
thank
at this
you.
point.
Yeah. Thanks, Sadia. I'll just offer up a couple thoughts. I know we're about to open the hearing. We'll hear from the public, and that might inform new thoughts. But where I am right now, one, definitely option A for you all to review the exclusion requests. So that's where my head's at on that. And then I know this was probably made available to me in the past, but the overlap between this sort of future imagined Dick's MSD, if it should ever come to pass, where it overlaps here is sort of only recently entering my mind. I think to be prudent to the taxpayers and clear and not create extra thrash, it would be appropriate to pull that out at this time until more is known and understood about what will be appropriate to include in, or if a Dick's MSD will even come to pass or whatever. I just think it might be the most smooth and prudent to exclude that group for now. So those are just a couple of my thoughts.
I'm just going to provide an update from our DRA board meeting the other day. That parcel came up. Janet Cowell, who heads the Dick's Conservancy, said she did not oppose that. And a number of business people also said they want to be included in this and treated more like downtown as opposed to the Dick's Park District. So I think that might be premature, but that was what was was stated. Councilmember Fort?
Really quick, we've been getting emails from folks who are residential, folks in this area about being excluded. I don't remember, do you have a ballpark estimate about how many residents or residential properties are in the proposed district?
I am not aware of that. I don't know if Bill in the audience can say something about that on the expansion property. I apologize, I don't know the number offhand.
All right, that's okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Harrison?
Yeah, I just want to go back to this question about the boundary overlap here with the Dix Park MSD potential. I'll just say from being the district rep in the area, my just immediate response to thinking about where these areas belong, I will say I could imagine keeping that northern part in the downtown MSD as proposed, but then the southern part that is quite close to Dix Park, I could imagine that is really more appropriate for a Dix Park MSD. I just see them as having different needs. The neighborhood that is right next to downtown, I know has some security challenges, and I don't hear about that further south, and so that's just in a particular incident of where I would see a little bit of a difference there. So it may require more conversation and thought.
Or what could be is, at the end, we could provide DRA with some direction in that regard, maybe relook at one part of it. Councilmember Melton and then Jones.
On this particular discussion, I was just going to add that I know it's labeled as a potential overlap, but we don't have any guarantee that there's going to be an MSD, a separate MSD around Dix Park. So excluding this portion because of a potential overlap that may never happen, I'm not sure that's the best strategy. I'd prefer to keep it in as proposed. And then if there needs to be an adjustment, if the second MSD were to be mapped, I think we could do a correction when that time happens. Particularly if some of the businesses in the area want to be included and have a need for the services.
Could Brandon clarify that? Because I thought you just said they couldn't be pulled out. Or did I
think
misunderstand
Brandon.
you?
They cannot be pulled, any properties contained within the map that was in the feasibility study can be pulled out at this point. In the future, there is a process by which the city could pull properties out of the MSD after they're in it, if the city can make a determination at that point that they no longer need the enhanced level of services. And I think to Councilmember Melton's point, because we don't really know what the services would be in the proposed MSD for the Dix Park, I think it would be an evaluation that could be appropriate at that time if they were included now.
Okay. Councilmember Jones?
Thank you so much. I have a thought and then a question. As we look at our growth with MSDs, I think it gives me a little bit of heartburn that all of them are located in District D. And I think from an equity standpoint, as we look across the city and we're trying to benefit, throughout the city, having all of our municipal service districts in one district gives me pause as we continue to discuss. And I know that DRA has already been, so I'm not. But I just want to put that on the table because it is a concern for me. And then for you, Sadia, can you help me understand the metrics and evaluation of any MSD? But what does that process look like? I know we can come up every 5 years they come up for reevaluation, but what are we looking at on, is it a yearly basis? Do we talk? I know they come yearly to us. And is that after conversation that they've had with you? What is that relationship between our current MSDs and the city in meeting specific metrics, if there are? What does that look like?
Excuse me. I'll have Nick Sadler, my assistant director, answer that question.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Nick Sadler, Budget Management Services. So currently our existing MSDs provide an annual report to you, typically in the fall time period. And then every 5 years, the new RFP, so the contract would expire every 5 years. I think the last year of both of the contracts for both Hillsborough and DRA expires at the end of FY25, so we would be up for a contract renewal next budget cycle. But that's typically the touch points with those two entities. Other than, conversations, I know that some of you serve on advisory boards with them, but those are the two city.
So to my understanding,
items.
just to say what you're saying, the report that they give us on a yearly basis is the conversation between what we hope that they're doing and what is currently being done. There's nothing that they are responsible for talking to your office or department. They only come for that open conversation at council.
That is the check-in period. We also have conversations with them monthly on the pass-through of the revenue that's generated from a financial and administrative standpoint. And maybe Bill wants to speak a little bit more to that.
Just to clarify, we submit 2 reports. So we submit a January report and a July report that is, each of them is over 20 pages long. That is very specific on metrics. So that gets into how many businesses did we feature on our social media, how many businesses were in our promotions, how many hotspot check-ins did we do, how many parking deck patrols did we do, how many hours did we spend on a nighttime patrol, how many businesses were recruited, how many vacant storefronts were filled, what are the occupancy rates, what are the rental rates, all of that. So we submit that twice a year. That goes to the budget office, and my understanding is it's shared with relevant departments. So we have gotten questions from, police might ask, okay, what's going on with this? Where are you seeing the most issues in parking decks? Let's talk about that. Or we'll get a question from Community Development Office or things like that. So we submit that report twice a year. We also do the annual report to you all in person, but that is not the only touch point. So there are 2 more extensive reports that we do twice a year.
And I guess for city, is that something that we received that in a manager's report? I guess I'm not familiar with what reports he's discussing or he's referencing. How do we learn about that?
Typically, we will include that in a manager's report, but he also does an annual presentation.
So both of those reports are encapsulated in that annual presentation. So you go over all of those metrics, or not every single one of them, but.
No, I'm told to keep my presentation relatively brief for your time, right? So I don't go over every metric. Would be happy to, but the 2 reports we submit January and July. So we hit the highlights in that in the annual presentation to you all, but we submit everything in those reports, and those go to city staff.
Awesome, thank you. And are those publicly available? Is that on the website so that the public can see them?
They should be, or if not, we can make them readily available, but they would be in past managers' reports.
There's also an annual report that DRA produces in conjunction with its annual meeting that's extremely thick and thorough.
And that one's publicly available as well on the city website?
Well, it's publicly available
On
with
your
DRA.
website?
Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Councilmember Black?
Hi, Bill. I actually had a question for you.
Sure, go ahead.
Actually, Bill is here today as part of the speaking thing, so if we could hold off on questions for him till the end.
Okay, sorry.
And, so are we done with the presentation?
Yes, we are, correct.
Okay. Then I'm going to open the public hearing, and we will start. I'm going to ask the first 5 people to come up: Bill King, Elizabeth Pugh, Peter Gabor, Larry Miller, and David Meeker. 1 minute each for now, but as you know, Bill, you're going to be asked questions, so.
Certainly. Okay. Bill King, Downtown Raleigh Alliance. I touched on a lot of items in my previous presentation. I'm not going to review those again, but I'm happy to do so. A couple of quick things that I did want to touch on that have just come through over the last few weeks. We have continued outreach. So we've met with different HOAs, residents directly, small business owners. We've canvassed several of the expansion areas to continue to raise awareness, answer questions, and get feedback. We do have an FAQ on our website. We've held an additional virtual public session, and we did do a direct mailing to the current district as you guys asked. So we've continued outreach and we'll continue to do so. We have several other things going on in terms of outreach as well. So that'll continue in the next few weeks. From oversight perspective, we mentioned the report that I mentioned to you. We also have our board of directors who offers oversight as well, which we have a representative board with small business owners and many others. And then I'm happy to take any questions as you have them once the hearing closes.
Okay, thank you. Elizabeth Pugh? Is Elizabeth here? Okay. Peter Gabor.
It's going to be like a fast-talking commercial here.
Yes.
Since I only have a minute, there are over 800 naturally occurring affordable housing units in the area proposed for the west expansion of Hillsborough to Ash, almost to Ash, down to the tracks. Most of them are rentals. And I'm not sure what opportunity these people have had to participate in this process. Judging by the questions from the council here, I think this matter should be held open. There's a lot involved here. Designation invariably leads to higher density. Higher density leads to NOAA units being destroyed and not replaced by any other affordable housing because the legislature does not allow the city council to make, as a condition of rezoning, that there be some affordable housing. So I think it should be held open.
Thank you. Larry Miller, David Meeker.
Good afternoon. I'll try to make this brief. I'm president of the Glenwood South Neighborhood Collaborative. I'm also on the DRA board. Glenwood South, the proposed expansion of the MSD makes sense because right now it divides up Glenwood South. The Boylan Street is the end now. St. Mary's is consistent with what's normally thought of as Glenwood South. We have board members for GSNC and businesses that are in the expanded area. They consider themselves part of downtown, and it makes sense to add that. Also, the areas north of Peace Street that are proposed, including the West Street extension, they make sense. We're talking about the MSD. We're not talking about DRA, which is the current provider, but the MSD should be expanded because it makes sense to include these areas. The services that we enjoy, we would want to continue. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, David Meeker with Trophy Brewing and Carpenter Development. Have a unique view of this. We have, and I'm also on the board of the DRA. We have 2 buildings in the MSD, and we have 5 more that would get looped in under this proposal. We're in support of it for 2 big reasons. One, we are already benefiting from being related to downtown and connected to downtown, and think we should pay our fair share. Just seems right. And 2, when downtown was struggling last summer and fall with safety stuff, and the TBJ was running an article every week about how bad things were, the DRA stepped up and paid for security around the bus station. That bad press before the security was hurting us even a half mile away on West Morgan Street, and we need the DRA in a financial position to be able to step up. That amount was $250,000 last year. Next year, it's looking like it's going to be over $300,000. Without this MSD expansion, the DRA won't be in a good position to do that. Thanks.
Thank you. Next, we have, I'm going to call up Pam Blondin, Maggie Kane, Thomas Von Cannon, Sarah Roser Glickman, and Chris Carter.
Talking before I get to the podium. I'm Pam Blondin. I own Deco Raleigh. Okay. Hi. I'm Pam Blondin. I own Deco Raleigh in downtown Raleigh. The mission of, I also served on the board of the DRA for 6 years. The mission of the DRA is advancing the vitality of downtown. I second everything David Meeker said. I think the issue here is a pretty simple one, which is that the DRA has been delivering excellent services already to a number of the organizations and businesses outside the MSD. We have a growing downtown. The MSD should reflect that. We have already offered benefits like the COVID grants to businesses that were outside the MSD because it was the right thing to do and because they're part of downtown. And for that reason, I'm just going to stop there. We're already doing it, and I think paying the fair share is what most businesses would like to see happen.
Thank you. Maggie Kane?
Following David and Pam, I agree with everything they said. I don't know how one follows them. Thank y'all for what you do. I'm Maggie Kane. I'm the executive director of A Place at the Table right down the street. We have also been benefiting from DRA for many years. We've been open 6 years, and we have received marketing help, support with curbside parking and parklets, and got us through, really helped us get through the pandemic. And we are really grateful for DRA and all that they do. But I really want to highlight not just that, but highlight the ambassadors and the social workers and all of the Rockstar team they have there. Darlene and Travis, we work so regularly with. They're in at A Place at the Table almost every single day. And without fail, someone comes in at least once a week saying, Miss Darlene sent me to A Place at the Table. And they are doing so much work in the current district. And I can only imagine the more work they can do if we expand this district and the more people we can serve. I think everyone who knows me knows my number one word is community. And I think it takes a community of people to truly affect the city. And so we support this.
Thank you. Thomas Von Cannon. Is Thomas here? Okay.
Hello, everyone. My name is Thomas Von Cannon. I'm the managing partner of Sam Jones Barbecue, and I just want to say that we are fully in favor of being part of the MSD expansion. I feel where we are, kind of that corridor south of the tracks between Dix Park, I mean, that area is just prime for MSD resources. And us being a food and cultural ambassador for Raleigh, North Carolina, we just served the Prime Minister of Japan on Friday. So any support we can give, we're down to do. So probably the least qualified person to speak at an event like this, but appreciate you all having us out, and we're 100% in favor. Thank you.
Thank you. You did great. Sarah Rosa Glickman.
Hello, I'm Sarah. I am an artist and small business owner downtown, Art by SRG. I'm currently a tenant with the DRA pop-up shops on Martin Street retail incubator for women and minority small business owners to have an opportunity to test out what it's like to be part of such a retail space and community. Speaking on my experience, DRA has been probably the main reason that I feel I can continue to make downtown Raleigh my community and my place of business. I have been in the retail space for about 6 months, and we've had a handful of safety concerns and incidents, and we've reached out to both RPD and DRA, the ambassadors, the private security, and consistently, DRA's ambassadors and the private security especially are constantly checking in, following up. They've given me phone numbers to reach out to, if there's a safety concern, secret code words, things like that, just everything they can do to help us feel that we can thrive in a safe environment. So I'm very much in support of DRA.
Thank you. Next, I'm going to ask Julian Jacob. Oh, Chris Carter had to leave and submitted comments to us via email. Next, I'm going to call up Julian Jacobs, Skip Hill, Paulette Dillard, Adam Eckhart, and Kim Hammer.
How's it going? Julian Jacobs from Unorthodox Vintage. Downtown Raleigh Alliance is a major reason why my business is open today. Programs like the pop-up shops, grants, social media support, and networking opportunities have made it possible to open the doors. It's important that we keep existing services funded and support new services that will help small business owners keep those doors open. Services that keep downtown safe, clean, and are provided by city need to stay funded. They are important in increasing foot traffic around the city. Economic development programs need to be expanded so all businesses in and around downtown can thrive. Systems that support the next generation of entrepreneurs need planning and support from the city, its residents, the DRA, and other providers because DRA can't do it alone. In the last month, Union Special, the Flourish Market, and Capital Club have all announced that they're moving. Other businesses are also moving or thinking about it. My fear is that in 2 years, downtown will look similar to downtown Richmond, a beautiful city, historic buildings, high rents, and businesses that can't flourish and have to grind to survive. Thank you.
Thank you. Skip Hill.
Hello, everyone. My name is Skip Hill. I'm the Senior Vice President of Highwoods Properties here in the Raleigh area. We're proudly headquartered here in Raleigh. For downtown, our company owns 4 office towers, over 2,500 parking spaces, 16 storefronts, and another 2 development sites. So we're highly invested in downtown Raleigh. We do not have any properties in the expansion area. All of it's in the existing MSD, but we are highly supportive of expanding the MSD. We think it will provide more efficiency and effectiveness. Some people have asked if it would water down our effectiveness of the current MSD. We do not believe that. We think it will be in our best interest to expand the MSD. Thank you.
Paulette Dillard.
Good afternoon. I am Paulette Dillard, president of Shaw University and chair of the board of the Downtown Raleigh Alliance. Shaw University is a critical partner in downtown. And in fact, we use downtown as a recruitment and marketing narrative because we believe that we're so much a vital part of downtown. Therefore, safety, cleanliness, vibrancy, all of those things are important to Shaw University. The DRA board is made up of renters, owners in downtown Raleigh, and also of business owners, small businesses, those that are engaged in social ministry. So we believe that the governance and oversight of DRA is appropriate for what we are trying to do in our great city. The MSD expansion is critical for making sure that parts of downtown are able to continue to do what it does. Thank you.
Thank you. Adam Eckert.
Hello. My name is Adam Eckhart, co-owner and co-founder of Crank Arm Brewing Company, 2 blocks that way in the heart of downtown Raleigh. We've been around for 11 years and seen both growth, shrinking, and all sorts of crazy stuff happening in downtown. A lot of the times when we had issues, we go to the DRA and Bill for resolution, both trying to enact things to bring more people downtown, whether it be the sip and stroll, which I think has been a pretty large success for us, as well as mitigating when we've had issues, trying to bring food trucks into the block to get more people in downtown. I think we need to expand downtown and give people more reasons to come downtown rather than sending them off into some ancillary area. So through the support in this, I feel that that will help do that. Thank you so much. I don't really have much more to say that my friends haven't already said.
Thank you. Kim?
I'm Kim Hammer. I am the owner of Bittersweet, which is obviously in the MSD, but I also own Johnson Street Yacht Club, and I have a private residence that are both in the area that we're talking about expanding. The ambassadors are a huge part of why I'm here to talk about. They are amazing. They have made my staff feel safer. They have come and provided de-escalation workshops, which has been unbelievably helpful. The security patrols have been amazing. I would really love for my other business to benefit from this. I would love my bartenders that are leaving at 3 in the morning or 2:30 in the morning to have some escorts. They're parking very far away. It's crucial. I'm in huge support of this. The COVID relief stuff, the streetery, I just can't say enough positive things about Bill and what he's done for this business. And as someone who has a lot of skin in the game, I don't mind paying for it. It's probably the most useful thing that I've paid for in my business in a lot of ways consistently. So I second everything everybody else said. Thank you.
Thank you. Natalie Batten? Okay, I don't think Natalie was one of the ones who couldn't make it, and Brian Ralph. Not sure he could make it either. Okay. All right. So I'm going to bring it back to the table. Bill, if you wouldn't mind coming up, I know there's some questions. And Council Member Black, you had a question for him, and then Councilmember Fort.
Hi, Hi, Bill. So I want to start by saying, like, I'm not against the expansion of the municipal service district. I see the benefit of where it could be beneficial in the areas that we're expanding to. My questions were for you around some of the things that I've heard since we've been talking about a municipal service district expansion, particularly around accountability from DSA to businesses and the feedback loop that happens between DRA to council, and any potential ideas you have on improving or navigating that as you come to do these presentations and like updates on what DRA is doing. That's something that I've been hearing a lot about, and it's not necessarily, they're not like against expansion, they're just curious about the accountability feedback loop for some things. And I think it feeds into some of the conversations that I've heard from particularly a few of the Black-owned businesses downtown that feel out of the conversation sometimes. So just like improving that, that's something that I am looking for you guys to do, and I wanted to hear your thoughts on that.
Absolutely, it's a great question. So, I think we've talked a little bit about accountability from a reporting perspective. I think you're talking about a little bit more of a actual sort of communication perspective and interpersonal perspective, which is fair. So, we do host community meetings. We do at least twice a year. But in this process too, and talking to different businesses, we've heard, hey, let's work together even more, right? So one thing, we had a discussion with a business yesterday who's really interested in working with us, particularly around marketing and elevating downtown, and said, hey, can we get get together and do quarterly updates? And I said, absolutely, that's something we're willing to do. And so, that's a good opportunity for us to share, because I think what we find is, it helps both. We have things going on that they don't always know about, right? That I think are helpful for them to know, and vice versa. We have a lot of communication channels going. We do a direct newsletter to storefront businesses just on sort of things that are more specific to them on, hey, there's this parking program, or hey, we're doing this marketing thing, which is effective, but adding more convening is something we're happy to do. And so that was something that we're certainly willing to do. I think in terms of making sure everyone's included in the conversation, that's something we take really seriously. So I'd be very interested in following up with any who don't feel that way, but that's something that we try to do all the time is, not only invite people to our meetings, but do check in, see what's going on, and have an open door on that. So that's something that we'd be very interested in as well.
I do want to commend you because I do feel like you do a very good job of following up. Like when you hear people who are like, we don't feel supported, like you immediately are like, well, let's sit down and talk. So I think my thoughts around what you should do, and this is like unsolicited, but like maybe have those touch points earlier and more often before, especially for like the newer businesses that are coming, the minority-owned businesses that have been having issues downtown, so that like everybody can be aware and feel like everybody who has a business downtown can feel the way the people came and spoke about the DRA today. And that's my only thought. It's just that aspect of what I've been hearing from some of the businesses around like the accountability and the communication of like what's happening and how do we talk to people? How do they talk to us? How do they talk to you to get you to talk to us if there's something that is in that realm of confusion or understanding? So that was my question. It's good to hear, but I would love if whenever you do come back with a report, I would love to see like that accountability aspect represented more in it.
Sure, and I will add, we do, for every business that opens, we do an intro meeting. So we bring communications, safety, economic development to that meeting. So they meet our social media person, they meet our safety manager, they meet our team essentially to get those touch points. But I think there's always those opportunities, to keep that going as businesses are open and existing. So point well taken, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
Don't step away. Councilmember Fort and then Councilmember Harrison.
So my earlier question was how many residences are included in this proposed expansion?
I want to be careful with offering an exact number. It is over 1,000. So if you look at it's a lot of it's on the western side. There is a building on the east side, and then Seaboard Station doesn't have a lot of residents yet, but that will have more residents as we increase.
Well, those would be like rentals. So I guess I'm looking at actual property owners. So
In terms of condo owners?
Well, yeah. So take the rental folks out, but the folks who actually own properties, do you know how many?
Sure. Okay, understood. So you mean condo and single family that are in the expansion
Right.
areas?
Yeah.
I want to be careful on getting you a number. There are several condo buildings, and then there probably are still a handful of single-family, although the expansion, if you look at the boundaries, really tried to eliminate as much as that as possible. And so, for example, if you look on the western side in the Morgan Street area, there were some single-family homes around the 800 block of Hargett Street. Those were not included in this expansion.
I
And
think
then
you got
on
a friend coming to help you, Will.
Okay.
Come
Okay.
on, Will.
You never know. So those were excluded in the Morgan Street area. There was single-family homes excluded there. And then in the Person Street area, if you look along Blunt Street, there was an exclusion there of single-family homes which were not interested in being a part of it as well. So want to be careful. I don't know, Will, if you do have a number on that. And if not, we would make sure to get you one.
I don't have that exact number. Will Gaskins with Downtown Raleigh Alliance. But for context, there's 11,000 residents in the downtown planning boundary, which is the largest boundary of downtown, the city's definition of downtown Raleigh, and then about 19,000 residents within a mile of downtown. So that, if Bill's number of 1,000 would be essentially outside of the MSD, closely aligned with this expansion area.
Hey, Councilmember Harrison.
Yeah, just a couple of items. Some of these are comments and some also questions for you, Bill. I think as I, really look at the map, there's a few areas that I'd like to exclude if council agrees. I'm not quite sure who would do that next mapping. Would that be you all, Bill, or is it at the city at this point?
Well, I don't want to speak. While we would be certainly happy to advise, I think the city at this point, this process is in your court.
Okay, just checking. I think the area that I'd like to consider for exclusion would be the residences that are west of Boylan and south of Hillsborough Street. So I think that is generally where there's a lot of NOAA rentals that were mentioned. I know there's still some very important businesses in that area that my understanding is they want to be included. So it might be that there's kind of like a strip like on Morgan that you could keep. I just don't know, again, from the city side, who would be doing this mapping. If I need to be more clear or specific with someone, is anyone here at the city want to talk to that?
When the ordinance is presented to council for adoption, it'll include a map showing the district, but it'll also include the property identification numbers for each parcel that's included. And so if you provide the range of addresses or the properties, that staff can look at the map and cross-check that against the property identification numbers. And when we bring the ordinance back, we can confirm we've hit all the properties that you're intending.
Okay, that sounds good. And I'd also like to exclude the areas that are south of Western Boulevard because I think they overlap so closely with the Dix Park MSD. And yeah, do you have any response on that, Bill?
So I believe the map used was not the map in the presentation, was not the map of the boundaries. It had south of Western. South of Western was in the study area. It is not in the proposed boundaries. So south of Western, when we brought it to you last month, was not included in your proposed boundaries. So what you described earlier on Dix Park is what you were brought, which is north of it, north of Western is in this expansion. Given the business interest and the proximity to downtown, south of Western was not included. So that's still available, whether it's Dix Park MSD or whatever tool you choose. So that is not in your expansion area.
Okay, so that would be something also for staff to make sure we have that finalized correctly. I'd also like to mention that for accountability overall, I think for the downtown MSD, we have had a lot of good discussion around support for small businesses and, kind of micro businesses. I really appreciate your willingness to have a quarterly meeting. I think, business education, marketing, mentorship, really making sure that our new businesses can thrive. I, spent some time with Rusty at the Green Monkey on Saturday night, and, he told me, he's a self-proclaimed loudmouth, and so he makes sure that his viewpoints get out there and that he talks to the right folks. But he also mentioned that some, businesses end up being like islands, and they're on their own, and so we really have to make sure that we are finding some connections. And whether that's established businesses, being formal mentors to those new businesses, I think those are the kinds of connections and collaborations that DRA could more strongly bring. And I would actually recommend that we have a discussion about that at a committee meeting, so really separate from this expansion conversation. And then also, I just want to mention that Councilmember Branch cannot be here today, and so he's not able to be here to speak to anything on the east side of this expansion area. And so I'm just noting that as we move forward on May 7th, perhaps to look at areas for exclusion or inclusion. I want to make sure his voice is also part of this.
Yeah, Councilmember Branch had told me that he supports what has been proposed. Councilmember Jones?
Thank you. I kind of piggybacking on Councilor Harrison's, I did have a question about your communication with renters. Do you have a renter on your board?
Yes, we do. So we keep a minimum of 3 seats reserved for residents. We actually have more than that on here. One is always a renter.
And then what does that communication look like with renters? I see what you're talking about with businesses, but how does that look to residents?
Yeah, it's a good question. So renters are a little different in that, so when we asked for lists and things from the county of, okay, notifications, all that, it's going to go to property owners, right? So with renters, what we have to do is we have to work with the buildings, either property management or the owners themselves, to get messages into the building if renters haven't opted into our communications. So we try to do both things of, hey, opt into our communications and, you're on our list in our database. We'll have you listed what building you're in, so then we know how to get to you. Or we have to work through the building owner or property manager, not dissimilar to how you work through an HOA and say, hey, we're having a meeting, can you get the word out through whatever your digital listserv is? Can we put a flyer in the lobby, that type of thing? So it kind of depends on the building a bit and a little bit of the renter, but we try to do both those things. So we have renters who've opted into our communications, and then we have building owners and property owners who help us access them. So a lot of time they'll have like a resident listserv or something, and then also, again, just the basic posters in the lobby type thing. So we try to do both those things. Obviously, renters change a lot. So we have a lot of renters who move buildings each year and all of that. So it's a lot to maintain. It's one of the more higher churn parts of the database because people just are constantly moving. So it's a little bit different. So that's something also where working through the building can be helpful because then you are actually hitting who's in the building.
Mm-hmm. And just one last question. Or actually it's more of a comment. The other thing I'd be looking for in growing this is to look at your citizen oversight. I know you have a board and thank you for letting me know about the representation from renters so I can see where that's going in conversation wise. But as we've discussed in previous meetings, on the business side, you have 500 members now, and you have some of them, as we've discussed, that don't feel like they have that conversation. So I'd be interested in learning how you learn from all of your members, whether that's residents or businesses. How are you getting feedback beyond your board and making sure that we're addressing concerns so that businesses aren't leaving and residents aren't feeling like they aren't represented. So I'd be interested in learning more about that if that's an opportunity for growth in the future as we possibly expand. But we talked about metrics and renter. Yep, that's all for me. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Fort?
Well, I'll say Bill knows I've been hesitant about doing the expansion, but we did have the conversation yesterday, and I think it was really helpful for you and folks on your board to really hear from some of the business owners about some of the hesitation to do the expansion. I think some of those folks are actually here today. So I do appreciate your efforts in terms of being more responsive to the accountability questions, doing the marketing, being willing to have the quarterly meetings and some of the other things that were addressed. And so it gives me a little bit more comfort to be able to support this expansion. Hearing from the folks who do feel somewhat isolated in the process of being a downtown business owner. So appreciate your willingness to meet folks at the table.
Councilmember Harrison and then Patton.
I was just going to say, if needed, I'm prepared to make a motion to move this forward. I also would like to set a time or somehow establish a committee meeting opportunity to follow up on a number of these accountability measures. I'm not sure which committee would be best. It could be safe.
I would suggest EDI because we're already working with DRA on how we're going to move different things forward. So I think it would blend in well with that discussion that we're currently having.
Did it work in both?
We don't do items in 2 different committees. You're welcome to come. Well, you're on the EDI committee, so you're there. But if somebody else, like Councilmember Harrison, has come to these meetings, you're welcome to come and listen. But since the work is already going on with EDI, I think that it would make sense.
And wherever this goes, I'd like to say, could we plan for it like in August so that there's some time for DRA to kind of get in the groove of some of these new opportunities? That would also be my request.
I would suggest maybe September, because that's when we have our breaks.
Quick question about that. Is there a policy regarding why we can't have it in two committees at once? Because there's two different issues within that committee. You're talking about economic development, and then on the other side of it, you're talking about community and how we're connecting with that. Are you in EDI equipped to have both of those conversations?
Of course.
But there's no policy preventing it.
We have never sent, I've been on council now almost 15 years. We have never sent an item to two committees to talk about it once. I think it would be distracting to staff, but also the public, and a lot of confusion. So I would just say that I think having it go to EDI would make the most sense, since those conversations are already happening. Councilmember Melton?
Could we just pin that discussion for a second? And if Councilmember Harrison is going to make a motion to bring the MSD expansion back on May 7th, I'll second it. I also think on May 7th, we could continue the conversation. From what I understand, would be a separate committee conversation, not necessarily about the MSD expansion, but just about some of the other topics we've heard. And we can decide at that time where it is appropriate to go to committee, or maybe different topics go to different committees. But why don't we get this MSD thing moving? And so if that's your motion, I second it.
I haven't closed the hearing yet, so.
I will wait until then.
Okay, and then Councilmember Patton.
Yeah, hi. Hey, Bill, or is David Meeker still here? Was in his comments. Oh, hey. Well, while you're walking down, I'll ask the question. You said something in your comments that was, I just want to clarify or ask you to expand. You mentioned the private security contract and the cost increase, and so what I received off of that was we have to add these businesses in so we can cross-subsidize private security on South Wilmington Street. Is that what you meant by that?
Yeah, and sorry, I was rushing because of the minute. So last year, we had all the safety issues around the bus station. City transit parks all stepped up. DRA also stepped up and paid for roughly $250,000 of security. Our board and a lot of the businesses downtown think that's really worked and helped and needs to continue, along with the inside the station and in Moore Square. The estimate for next year is over $300,000 because it's a full year instead of a partial year. So it's a real amount of money. Last year it was sort of one-time money. Bill can speak to that better. We just don't have the budget to spend $300,000 per year right now on security. And we would have to cut something else to do that, or not do that, which a lot of talk about Rusty today. That would be really hurtful to that stretch of businesses. So, do you want to
add some color, Bill?
Yeah, that's the correct characterization. The number goes up because we'd be doing a full fiscal year. I think at this point, we really do need to keep that in place. A lot of the issues we had were in the summer, and we're just now, approaching that. So I think it's really important to keep that. It does patrol the South Wilmington Street, but also patrols Fayetteville, Hargett, Davie, and Blunt as well. So, and Salisbury Street. So it's throughout the core there as well. And the impact, as you heard a couple people mention, is beyond that, right? So we have property owners in other parts of downtown who've said, our success has now been affected by the safety perception generated by this specific area, and so have been supportive of that, because if you're in downtown Raleigh, that's what the headline's saying, right? It's not getting real specific on which block. So that's the challenge there.
Okay. I guess I'm supportive of the boundary expansion generally, but I just really want to make sure that I'm clear. Like, I don't want us to be adding businesses in to only to support service that's like happening in the existing boundary.
Yeah, so again, I have 2 buildings in it now and 5 that aren't in it but would be looped in. Our properties that aren't in it are impacted by the security concerns on this bus block because the media coverage of the security concerns. Mm-hmm. And people perceive, even though we're a half-mile away on West Morgan Street, people perceive downtown as unsafe. So we have to get the bus station's safe for a ton of reasons, including, most importantly, people, but also so that the image of downtown is safe, so that all the businesses around downtown can prosper. Does that make sense? Okay.
Okay, any other questions? Councilmember Jones?
I just have one last comment. As we think of MSDs and we move forward, I just want to remember that there are other parts of town that don't have that. You've got Briar Creek up in my area that we don't have any of this. So when we're giving and we're doing, and I want everyone to be safe. There's no like, oh, I want to wait because we don't have it. But I really want to know, and maybe this is a topic for a different conversation moving forward, but how are we reaching out? I've got hotels up in Briar Creek that are begging for more security because there's break-ins happening all the time there. So while this is, up in all over the place, the Glenwood corridor, I'm sure District B is having issues as well. So I just want to make sure that as we continue these discussions, that it's holistic, as we like to say all the time, that we're looking at the other areas that are also showing concern, and while they may not have MSD potential, what are we doing to supplement and really taking care of them as well? So thank you so much for being here, everyone, and thank you for sharing your thoughts.
Okay, I am going to now close the hearing. Councilmember Harrison, would you like to make your motion?
Yep. I will continue my motion to expand the downtown MSD borders as discussed, and we'll review the areas for exclusion on May 7th.
I would just ask, can you include in the motion to direct staff to go ahead and withdraw the properties that you mentioned from what they bring back to you on the 7th?
So be sure to exclude residences that are west of Boylan Street and south of Hillsborough, as well as anything south of Western.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, that's Councilmember Jones in opposition. All right, I'm going to make a change. Thank you to everybody who came today. I know this has been discussed for quite a while now, and appreciate your input, so thank you. I'm going to make a change on the agenda because we have an attorney who has a conflict. I'm going to move rezoning Z324 and hold that next. That's last on the list. So do we have staff here for that item?
Mayor, our teammate who's presenting that item is in one of the remote rooms and will be here in just 1 minute.
Okay. All right, well, let's get started. That we'll do it next. Let's get started with the limited obligation economic refunding. Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Allison Bradshaw here with the Finance Department. Or do we want to bump me? I'm fine. Just roll with it. All right.
Yeah,
so I
please
do
go.
have a short presentation for these two public hearings that are involving debt financing. Both types of debt financing are routine transactions for the city and are designed to save money on existing debt and to provide funding for approved capital projects. So I'm happy to walk through the slide deck, or I'm happy to turn it back over to you, Mayor, if you'd like to proceed with the public hearing.
There's no one signed up to speak in support or opposition, so it will be open the hearing, close the hearing, so.
I'm good then.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions about these two items? Okay, do I have to do these separately, City Attorney?
There are two resolutions.
Yes, because you have
Okay.
two different resolutions.
All right, so the first resolution for limited obligation economic refunding I will open the hearing and close the hearing. Do we have a motion?
Move to approve.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, that was, anyone opposed? Okay, that was unanimous then. And then the next one is limited obligation bond anticipation note program. Do you have a motion?
Move to approve. Did you open the hearing?
Oh,
Close
open the
hearing?
hearing, close the hearing. Thank you.
Move to approve.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, that was unanimous as well. Thank you. All right, next we will take up the item that I moved. Do we have, okay. Thank you.
Hey, good afternoon. While we wait for the presentation to get pulled up, I'm Bronwyn with Planning and Development. This is rezoning Z324, a request to rezone 933 Crosslink Road. This is about 4.5 acres located along Crosslink Road. Request is to rezone from residential 4 to residential 10 with conditions. It's consistent with the future land use map, consistent with the urban form map and the 2030 comprehensive plan, and Planning Commission recommended approval unanimously. Here's a look at the site and the surrounding area. You can see surrounded by mostly low-scale residential. The Biltmore Hills Park is a couple hundred feet directly to the north there.
Sorry, real quick, could someone please ask them to just quiet down a little bit outside? I don't know if it's just me, but it's really distracting and difficult to hear, at least on this end of the table. Thanks.
Here are some views of the site. The first is west facing on Crosslink Road, and the second is south facing on Fellers Pond Drive, which is the stub street that's stub to the property from the neighboring residential development to the north. The applicant has proposed 3 conditions. The first, limiting residential density to 40 dwelling units. The second provides a greenway easement along the western boundary and a pedestrian connection connecting that greenway easement to Crosslink Road through the site. The third condition provides an 8.5-foot tall fence along that common boundary line to the north, or in lieu of a fence, tree conservation area. So here's a snapshot of the change in entitlement. The current entitlement would allow for 38 units. The proposed entitlement, 40 units, limited by that zoning condition number 1. The request is consistent with low-scale residential future land use designation. The request is within the frequent transit area because it's a residential district. It does not include a frontage along with it. The request is consistent with several policies in the comprehensive plan. It is flagged as inconsistent with a few policies here. This has to do with limiting the overall entitlement within that frequent transit area planned to be served by frequent transit in the future. The Planning Commission did recommend approval unanimously, finding that the request would increase the variety of housing, which would contribute to Raleigh's overall housing supply and continue to allow for housing within walking distance of future frequent transit service. So I'm happy to answer any questions you have for staff before you open up.
Any questions? Okay, I'm going to open the hearing then. No one has signed up in opposition.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the accommodation today. I do have a conflict tonight. I have to be in Garner Town Council, so it's going to be tight with this long agenda. I'm Isabel Maddox. My address is 3700 Glenwood, Suite 500, Raleigh 27612. Is my presentation right behind this? So I think this is a straightforward request. This is a property at 933 Crosslink Road. We are situated immediately to the south of a single-family detached development and immediately to the north of a property that is in site plan process right now for an affordable housing community. So we feel like it is a great transition between the multifamily and the single-family. We have added several conditions limiting our density to 40 units. and I'm going to get my client to come up here in a minute and tell you a little bit about the project he proposes. We've also added a greenway condition and also a greenway connector connecting the greenway along Walnut Creek, which is to the west of this project, with Crosslink Road, and also the fence condition along our northern boundary adjacent to the single family. The three policies that staff report calls out as inconsistent, we don't really even agree with that, because we think this is exactly going to be missing middle housing. It will take advantage of transit. We couldn't do the frequent transit option for townhouses. You don't really get the benefit without rezoning because of a glitch in the UDO, and staff is aware of this, but it still requires the same width for a townhouse lot as it does under the normal option for conventional development. So you don't really get the benefit. If you're doing townhouses, it's a glitch, but staff has told me that they're not going to make any changes to the frequent transit provisions so long as this issue is in litigation. So until that happens, if you're trying to do towns, it really doesn't work very well in the frequent transit. So that's why we're rezoning here instead of just exercising the frequent transit option. So I want to bring Vince Hembrick, who is the owner of this property. He actually lives on this property. He grew up in this neighborhood and wants to do something special for his neighborhood. Vince, come forward and tell a little bit about yourself and the project you're proposing.
Good afternoon, Raleigh. How y'all doing? Name is Vincent Hembrick, 933 Crosslink Road. I'm proposing the project of possibly a total of 8 quadplexes, so 32 units. I'm from Southeast Raleigh, so I understand my neighbors to the north of me who spent their hard-earned money, including myself, to purchase single-family homes. And also understand the need for the city of Raleigh for affordability. So I come at the middle aspect of this. Single-family homes, townhomes, apartments, hopefully. I'm a contractor, so I look at it as a homeowner, but I'm also want to develop it and to build them. Yeah, that's about it. Retired Marine.
Anybody have any questions? Councilmember Patton?
Yeah, hi. As I understand it, that you're not trying to use the FTDO because it won't allow them to be for sale townhomes. I'm not understanding why that lot size is like precluding them from being the for sale towns that you mentioned.
We're not saying it precludes a for sale option, not at all. It's just that you don't get the benefit out of a frequent transit option here because you have to still do, I think it's, can't really remember the width, but it's the same width whether it's under frequent transit or under conventional for the, well, that's the width of the lot, but the width of each townhouse site is, I wish I had the code in front of me, but I can't remember the exact width, but there's no difference between the frequent transit option for a townhouse and the conventional townhouse lot.
So you're saying you couldn't, the building type, you can't do more of that building type.
Right.
To get the benefit, you would need to do a different building
You'd have to do, that's
type.
why you have to upzone it a little bit.
Mm-hmm. And that's what our planning director just confirmed.
Yeah. So to me, it's
With
a
the head nod.
straightforward request. I think he's got a good plan. He actually lives in the home on the site, and his plan is to build first phase and then move into one of the towns and then tear his house down and build the second phase. So, okay. Any further questions?
Do we have any other questions? Okay, as I said, no one has signed up in opposition. I'm going to close the hearing.
I'll make a motion. I had an opportunity to talk to Councilmember Branch yesterday, and he's in favor of this, so I'm ready to make the motion on his behalf. Motion to approve. I move to adopt a proposed consistency statement dated April 16, 2024, containing the agenda materials and to approve the zoning amendment with the adoption and effective dates described in the agenda item under recommended action.
Second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, that was unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next we have petition annexation AX0124.
Good afternoon, Council. Christopher Golden with Planning and Development, and I'll be presenting these annexations today. You're going to have two before you. Wait for that presentation to come up, and I'll start. So the first annexation that you have today is AX 124, located in the 4900 block of Forestville Road and the 4100 block of Landover Lane. The property is about 34 acres. It's zoned R4. There is water on Forestville Road. Sewer is about 1,000 feet west, and the developer will extend that the lines to serve that property. It is an assemblage of 4 parcels inside the ETJ and contiguous to city limits via satellite property just to the east. It's in an area of known fire service consideration, but it's also in an area that has seen an assortment of annexations with delayed effective dates, the closest of which is about 50 feet to the southwest of the property, which will be coming into the city on a pre-approved annexation on June 30th, 2024. You can see the utility locations there. You've got water directly adjacent to the site. The developer is looking to construct 164 units of townhomes and multifamily in that area. If it is annexed into the city today, it will be brought into the boundaries of District B. I can answer any questions that you have on it. It's my understanding that the representative for this property is here who could also answer some questions for you.
Okay. Any questions? Okay, I'm going to open the hearing, close the hearing. No one has signed up in support or opposition. Do we have a motion?
Yeah, I have been delaying annexations in this area. Forestville Road Park there in green is the one with the only development agreement we've ever done. So just want to connect that to our earlier work. But now that we've got the fire master plan approved, I feel more comfortable with these annexations in this area. So with that, I'll move to approve the annexation with an effective date of June 30th, 2024, with permission for the applicant to hook up to water and sewer in the meantime.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, that was unanimous. Thank you. And then AX 0524.
Thank you. So this particular annexation is at 5042 Tryon Road. It's AX 524. It's a smaller site. It's 1 acre. It's within the ETJ. It's contiguous with corporate city limits. This map is slightly incorrect just because the property to the west, just on the right hand of your screen, from the parcel indicated, was recently annexed into the city at the last council meeting. So it's currently vacant. It is zoned R1. It's in the Swift Creek Protection Overlay District. The property owners would like to construct a single-family home on that property. They're looking to hook up to water and sewer. It is in an area of known fire service consideration here as well. It is important to note that there is a fire station, however, 4,000 feet to the west with Swift Creek. And if it is annexed today, it will be brought into the boundaries of Council D. Just want to show the utilities here. There is water and sewer adjacent to the site. The property owner was here a little bit earlier to answer questions, but they did have to leave. They had a conflict. So if you have any questions, more than happy to answer those.
Any questions? Okay, no one has signed up in support or opposition, so I'm going to open the hearing and close the hearing. Do we have a motion? Councilmember Harrison?
I motion to approve the annexation with effective date April 16th, 2024.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Right, I am now leaving council meeting. I have another place I need to be. Council Mayor Pro Tem is going to take over and be here. Thank you.
Okay, the mayor is now absent and excused. And our next case is rezoning Z5023 Varsity Drive.
Good afternoon, Hannah Reckow, Planning and Development. So this, for this item, the hearing is already open. You deferred it to allow the applicant to further revise the zoning conditions, which they have done. The revisions are two main ones: adding a new condition that sets a maximum number of dwelling units on the site, which is 340. And then amendment to condition about affordable housing requiring a contribution to the city. There was previously an element on that allowed that requirement to be fulfilled through 5 installments. They've removed that provision, so it would have to be provided in one go. And then just a reminder of the other conditions on the site, touch on bike share station, and then notice and assistance to rental tenants. So I'm happy to answer any questions you have as you proceed.
Do we have any questions? We don't have anybody signed up in opposition. There are 4 folks signed up in support. Looks like it's the applicant. I do not recall if we exhausted all of the time for the public hearing, but nobody is signed up in opposition. Mr. Birch, do you want to be heard?
No, sir, I don't believe we exhausted, but we appreciate working with Councilor Harrison, and that's all we need to say, but here to answer any questions that council may have.
Do we have any questions for the applicant? Okay, I'll close the hearing to bring it back to the table. Councilmember Harrison.
Yeah, I'm prepared to make a motion to approve. I move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated April 16th, 2024, contained in the agenda materials, and to approve the zoning amendment with the adoption and effective dates described in the agenda item under recommended action. This approval is also deemed an amendment to the future land use map to the extent described in the adopted consistency statement.
Seconded by Councilmember Fort. All in favor? Anyone opposed? Okay, that was unanimous. Thank you. Next, we have Z5123, 430 Buck Jones Road.
I believe this is the applicant's presentation. Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council. Matthew Burns with Planning and Development. This is a request to rezone about 1/3 of an acre from neighborhood mixed use, 3 stories with transit overlay district, to commercial mixed use, 3 stories, conditional use, and remove the TOD. The request is inconsistent with the 2030 comprehensive plan, but consistent with the future land use map, and Planning Commission recommends approval. Zoning in the area is primarily residential and residential mixed use, and the site is zoned and envisioned for neighborhood mixed use. There is an existing convenience store on site known as Little Sioux Mini Mart. The area of request is adjacent to a U-Haul rental business. There is an existing fuel canopy on site, which was built around 1991, and per the applicant, the business stopped selling gasoline around 2010. Between then and now, the city approved a city-initiated rezoning, which applied a TOD overlay to about 600 acres along the Western Boulevard BRT corridor, and TODs prohibit many vehicle-serving uses, including vehicle fuel sales. So the request here to remove the TOD would be to allow for gasoline sales on the site. Proposed conditions prohibit many uses that are normally permitted in CX. They would require that the bar, tavern, nightclub, or lounge use meet neighborhood mixed use limited use standards, limit the hours of operation for vehicle fuel sales to 6 a.m. to midnight, and per the UDO, vehicle fuel sales in neighborhood mixed use are limited to 6 a.m. to 11 p.m. And they also limit the number of vehicles that can simultaneously be served by vehicle fuel sales to 4. They also would require car wash related machines such as vacuums to be located at least 50 feet from a residential district. Would permit accessory car washing only if it's fully automated so that drivers would have to remain in their vehicles. Prohibit fuel canopies from being backlit, and limit the height of fuel canopies. The next several slides are all condition number 9, which establishes build-to requirements for new buildings on site that are not intended for vehicle fuel sales. So the first of those is approximating a frontage, and it would require build-to requirements along Buck Jones Road. It would also establish a variable build-to range based on nearby features such as riparian buffers, floodways, tree conservation areas, easements, and protective yards. And this portion of condition number 9 is based on UDO standards. It would also require at least one street-facing entrance for each new building, prohibit parking between the new building and Buck Jones, require a streetscape be built to Main Street or mixed-use standards, and reiterates this condition would only apply for new buildings not intended for vehicle fuel sales. On this table, the existing zoning column indicates units that could be delivered based on the affordability bonus granted by the TOD. And removing the TOD removes that potential bonus for affordable housing by 5 units, as well as reducing the potential square footage bonus for max gross office. The request is inconsistent overall with the comprehensive plan and consistent with the future land use map. It's also inconsistent with the urban form map since although condition number 9 approximates a frontage is recommended for this site. Consistent policies are related to the future land use map, buffering, and commercial uses on site. And Planning Commission finds that the request would permit vehicle fuel sales on site with conditions that approximate neighborhood mixed-use limited use standards, and it would also prohibit or limit several higher impact uses normally allowed in commercial mixed use. Please let me know if you have any questions before you open the public hearing.
Do we have any questions for staff? Okay. We'll go ahead and open the public hearing. We have nobody signed up in opposition. Mr. Mills.
Yeah, thank you.
Support if we could get the, all right, go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Good afternoon, council members. Worth Mills here on behalf of Little Sioux Mini Mart, which is the convenience store that's on 430 Buck Jones today. As Matthew mentioned, this request is to remove the TOD and shift the base zoning from NX to CX, which would allow Little Sioux to resume vehicle gas sales on this site. And our zoning conditions have tried to mimic that NX district as closely as possible and to create an approach for an urban style development if and when this property gets redeveloped in the future. Matthew gave a great update on the timeline of events. Last year, Valero Energy and Davenport Energy came to Little Sioux Mini Mart about the idea of partnering together to resume the sale of gas here. There was gasoline sales here from about 1991 to 2010. Because of that lapse of time since they've sold gas, we've had to come back and ask for a map amendment to the zoning in order to restart that use. I did want to point out this property is at the southern end of the Western Boulevard TOD, so removing a TOD here does not create some sort of gap in the center of that district. On the left side of the screen here are the limited use standards for vehicle fuel sales in the NX district. On the right-hand side are our zoning conditions. Any standard that is shaded in green is one that we've either mimicked or done our best to mimic, again, to make it as consistent with the existing NX zoning as possible. So that includes hours of operation. We've limited our fuel pumps to 4, which is what's on the site today and what's planned for kind of the upfitting here. And Matthew went through the rest of those, but again, just mimicking the existing NX zoning district. And this last slide shows the kind of urban development framework that we want to put in place if and when this site is redeveloped for something other than vehicle fuel sales and a convenience store as it is today. So we've got a build to minimum maximum, a percentage of the building that needs to be within that, as well as other kind of more urban limited items that you see within that frontage designation. Here's a slide that shows what the plans are for the upfitting. Again, it's really just replacing the gas pumps, the fuel canopy, and the sign to match the Valero color scheme. So approving this rezoning would allow Little Sioux Mini Mart, which has been a long-standing business within this community, to provide another way for them to create revenue. Removing this from the TOD does not create any sort of gap or glaring hole within the center of that TOD. And we've offered zoning conditions to protect neighboring properties, mimic the existing zoning district, and to create a framework for more urban development if and when Little Sioux decides to leave. And so for those reasons, we ask that you approve this rezoning today. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for the applicant? We've got 4 minutes left. I don't see anybody else who wants to speak in support, so I will go ahead and close the hearing and bring it back to the table. Councilmember Harrison?
I'm prepared to make a motion. Motion to approve. I move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated April 16th, 2024, contained in the agenda materials, and to approve the zoning amendment with the adoption and effective dates described in the agenda item under recommended action.
Second.
Okay. Seconded by Councilmember Fort. All in favor? All opposed? That was unanimous. Thank you. Next is Z5323, northwest of the intersection of Quarry Road and Interlock Drive. We have nobody signed up in support or opposition.
Hi, good afternoon. Sarah Shaughnessy, Planning and Development. So this is a request to rezone a little under an acre from R4 to R10 with conditions. You last heard this case on March 19th when you opened the public hearing. Since that meeting, the applicant has converted their general use application to a conditional use application and added 2 zoning conditions. Planning Commission recommends approval. The proposed conditions that the applicant has added are to limit access to Interlock Drive and then to provide cross-access to adjacent parcels in compliance with UDO standards. Again, the Planning Commission has recommended approval. I'm happy to answer any questions. The applicant did not sign up to speak, but they are available if you have questions for them.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for staff? Okay, I'm going to open the hearing and close the hearing.
Motion to approve.
Councilmember Fort.
I move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated April 16th, 2024, contained in the agenda materials, and to approve the zoning amendment with the adoption and effective dates described in the agenda item under recommended action. This approval is also deemed an amendment to the future land use map to the extent described in the adopted consistency statement.
Second by Councilmember Patton. All in favor? Anyone opposed? Also unanimous. Thank you. Z5423 South Saunders Street.
Good afternoon, members of council. This is a request to rezone about 1/3 of an acre from neighborhood mixed use, 3 stories, urban limited frontage with transit overlay district to residential mixed use, 7 stories, urban limited frontage, conditional use with transit overlay district. The request is consistent with the 2030 comprehensive plan and the future land use map, and Planning Commission recommends approval 6-2. Nearby land uses are predominantly moderate and medium scale residential, and also include commercial and downtown. There's a small area of industrial uses located at the intersection of West Lenore Street and Southwest Street up here. The site's also close to Dorothea Dix Park. Here are some views of the site along South Saunders. It's the current location of, one of the parcels of the current location of the Raleigh Architecture Building, and the other is vacant. Proposed conditions would prohibit some uses that are normally allowed in RX and would also limit building height to 95 feet. The request would increase the maximum number of residential units from 22 to 60 or 26 to 96 with transit-oriented development. The reduction in max gross office and increase in max gross retail square footage is due to the TOD's UDO standards for residential mixed use. The request is consistent with the comprehensive plan, the future land use map, and the urban form map. and it's consistent with several policies related to transit access, transit stations, and station area land uses, as well as some area-specific guidance for the Downtown West Small Area Plan. Inconsistent policies are largely related to infill, urban pattern, and compatibility, since most surrounding districts are limited to 3 stories. Planning Commission finds that the request would allow for increased land use intensity at the urban core of Raleigh with high access to existing and planned transit, as well as employment opportunities. And the request would encourage vertical mixed use and new residential growth in the area, which is supported by the Downtown West Gateway Area Plan. And the 2 dissenting votes were the Commissioners Lampin and Peeler emphasized the importance of the TOD and expressed concern that all of the site could be developed at a greater height and density by including affordable units. This option was not being used. And I'm available to answer any questions before we open the public hearing.
Any questions for staff? Okay, we'll go ahead and open the public hearing. We have 2 folks signed up in support and 3 in opposition. In support, we have Toby Coleman and Chris Crew. And Toby, if you could just keep in mind that there is someone else signed up in support too, if we could hold some time.
Sure, absolutely. If you could keep the staff presentation up, I think I'll just show the map. But Matthew did a good job of explaining this rezoning. It is really to facilitate, as you can see, the property to the north here is already zoned RX7. And so the proposed rezoning is really to facilitate the development of the property that's proposed to be rezoned with that property there at the corner of West South Street and South Saunders Street. And that's why we propose to go to RX7. In terms of the main question that we heard from the 2 dissenters at the Planning Commission related to why weren't you using the TOD height bonus? And the short answer is that because we're trying to make sure that the entitlements matched the neighboring property, we didn't want to do a RX5 and then we'll do this. We wanted to go straight to RX7 just to make sure that it all matched. We will ask that at the end of this that you hold this case over so that we can add an additional condition. I have been talking with Councilor Harrison about a zoning commitment related to affordable housing. So we will be proposing something, and so would like the time to do that. And with that, we are available for questions.
Okay. Hear from Mr. Crew too, please.
Good afternoon, Chris Crew. I've been here before you many times last year in this arguing against rezoning because I believe that we put a lot of effort into our zoning, our UDO, and it's a good document. We should stick with it. This one, however, finally, I am pleased to come before you to say, here is one adjacent to downtown Raleigh that does not in any way destroy the historic fabric of downtown Raleigh. This one is worth pursuing, and my only reservation about it was the lack of anything addressing affordability, and I hear that's coming up, so I heartily recommend that you take the Planning Commission's advice on this. Thank you.
Thanks. Do we have any questions for the applicant at the end? Okay. We had 3 folks signed up in opposition. If you signed up in opposition in this case, you could come head down to the podium if you are here. Jay Campbell, Hua Huang, and Cobb. Thanks, it was cut off on my list. Thank you. We'll go with last name, sorry. Is anyone here signed up in opposition that would like to speak?
Yeah,
You just walked in.
We have
so-
Hua, Aisha Cobb, and Jay Campbell. If any of y'all are here and would like to come down to the podium, feel free.
Okay, thanks for having me. I am here to speak in opposition to the rezoning at Z5423. To my understanding, 2 of the planning commission have voted against it. One of the reasons is that the 7-story is out of line with the comprehensive plan. And given that the area is in Southern Transit Overlay District, as it stands, my understanding is that the developer could build 2 extra stories if they use the density bonus. And so why aren't they using that? So maybe I'll keep it concise. I would say allowing 7 stories here is out of line with comprehensive plan, and the developer should expand from the 3 stories to 5 stories by utilizing the current transit overlay district density bonus. Because why do we even have density bonus if we let developers off the hook from using it? That's a concern. And to my understanding, I said this to the Planning Commission months ago regarding the New Bern Transit Overlay District as well. As it stands, I don't think we've seen any developer using the density bonus. You can correct me if that's not true, but I don't think there's any on record that's used density bonus while we have the whole situation in the affordable housing crisis, for example. And if they are still not using it in this case, for example, then it's really that's really confirming what many of us who are concerned with the way things are gone, what we warned the city about before, is that if they're not using it, if they're finding a way to bypass the need to use density bonus, then density bonus is not really working as an incentive, is it? So unless there's some push at least that this rezoning somehow meets the requirement of comprehensive plan, that there's discussion about whether or not developers are going to use density bonus, I don't think this should be approved as is. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else in the room that was signed up in opposition? Okay, I'm going to close the hearing. Were there any questions? Councilmember Patton?
Yeah, question for the applicant. As I understand, it's your desire to have the same entitlement as the parcel to the north. Is that one in the TOD?
I believe so. If IT is able to throw up the slide, I think one of the slides does show. Yes, it is in the TOD.
Okay. And then, is it your intention to utilize the density bonus? Do you know if your client has interest in that?
My client is my client does not intend at this point to use the density bonus. So so that's why we're going to offer a affordable housing condition to try to address those concerns. But the part of the challenge, obviously, as you all have heard, is that for market rate developers building on a 7-story or tall, basically above a 5-story building, you get into building code requirements that require more expensive materials, steel, concrete instead of wood, and that creates issues where you just can't make the cost work.
Mm-hmm. So your client's intention is to have the total height be 7 stories for their new development.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Councilmember Harrison? Or I'm sorry, I think Councilmember Jones had her hand up first.
I was just going to ask staff, this question is for staff. We had some comments here saying that we haven't utilized the TOD or hasn't been, and I'd just like some clarity on that. Is that true?
And could you speak to the FTDO while you're also addressing that question?
Sure, Pat Young with Planning and Development. Great question, Councilmember, thank you. There's 2 different density bonuses. They're very similar, but one is with the Transit Overlay District, or TOD, one is through the missing middle provisions frequent transit development option. To my knowledge, I'm looking at my team here, I don't believe there's anybody who's applied for and sought the TOD bonus. We have had over 100 units approved with the FTDO bonus through the missing middle provisions. Those areas often overlap, and usually the FTDO bonus is been used more frequently, as you can see by the numbers.
Thank you so much.
Pat, to clarify, is it 100 affordable units or 100 total units?
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's over 100 affordable units, 105 to 110. That's 20% of all units over 12 in any development in FTDO.
Councilmember Harrison?
To
Oh, sorry.
continue
Councilmember
with Pat. Oh, sorry.
Councilmember Patton, did you have a follow-up question? Nope. Councilmember Harrison?
Pat, is the density bonus different in structure between the TOD and FTDO? I thought they were the same, but maybe I'm off.
I would need some support from my teammates to be able to answer that right off the top of my head. We can certainly get back and follow up to you. I believe they are structured slightly differently in terms of where the thresholds are and what is required. For example, the TOD refers to the number of, limits the number of stories. FTDO is more focused on the total number of units. They're similar but slightly different. We can follow up with detailed descriptions on those two provisions.
Okay. Yeah, just be curious if there's a reason why the TOD bonus isn't seeing the same uptake.
Yeah. My speculation, if I might, is that the land in the TOD area is typically more expensive than some of the FTDO areas. That's not for sure, but that is, I think, probably part of the dynamic.
Okay, that's helpful. Yeah, I have two questions for the applicant now. So, you mentioned that, you're trying to get to the 7 stories to be consistent with the building next door. I'm anticipating you might be doing a larger project combining the parcels. But would it be possible to condition down this rezoning to 5 stories and then to use the TOD bonus? Is that something that your client could look into and just let us know, is that possible?
We'll take a look at it. Again, at your request, I think my client, at this point, what my client would prefer to do, just because it allows for, because this is frankly what they've been planning, is to get the entitlement for a 7-story building and then work with council on basically a contribution to the Affordable Housing Fund. Again, in part just because the math doesn't work if they have to do, they don't think that the math will work if they end up having to do a inclusionary zoning to get the height. One thing to note here is, again, the larger property here was zoned a couple of years ago prior to this height bonus going into effect, and does not have any affordable housing conditions on it. To the extent that it's developed together, again, my client's willing to, is ready to propose an affordable housing provision, but we think that given if you have a single development, it becomes fairly confusing to require some sort of inclusionary zoning provision. Not quite sure how that would work. Certainly haven't talked to development permitting or otherwise, but that may make more sense to have a donation just to keep things a little bit clearer.
Okay. Well, yeah, I just would ask that they look at what those numbers would be. And I could imagine that you're still, let's say, asking for 7 stories, but also including on-site units that would be the same amount as you had 5, and then you use that bonus. I'm just curious what that would look like, and if you could let me know, we can talk offline about,
Sure.
The feasibility and, does any of that pencil? I don't know. But it's worth, I think, pursuing, given that it is a policy on our books that's, available to us. The other piece that I wanted to talk through is there is a greenway easement, as we've talked about on the site. My understanding from Parks is that it's not likely to be developed anytime soon, this greenway. I don't know if anyone from Parks is here. Stephen, if you could talk to kind of plans for this greenway and if...
And just for clarification purposes, this greenway is located here. It is not on the site itself. So just to
Very
clarify
helpful.
that.
Yeah, I was going to say it's to the west where the representative. I'm not as good as a lot of these people drawing, but I'll try. Right, it's behind it. Let me get clear.
But it's not actually on the property.
No,
It
so
doesn't
there's
touch
no
it.
requirement for dedication. It's actually one parcel removed, and the only location we have one is a little bit to the west of there. The rest of the corridor, there's nothing.
So it's highly unlikely for a long period of time that anything would be built. And you and I have talked about, it's pretty narrow, goes between a lot of houses, and whether we would even be able to build it, has come into question in the past.
Okay. And so if it doesn't get built, anytime soon, then that area, it would have to still stay unbuilt by the developer, but it wouldn't have to have public access, correct?
The greenway easement to the rear, that is correct.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Yes.
Yeah. And I think my question for you, Toby, was whether there was any opportunity to provide some green space that would be publicly available, although I recognize it's not this parcel. I think of these two as connected. So, just curious if that's possible.
We have been looking at that, and we'll be following up with parks. We've actually been looking at issues around, basically, this project has gone far enough in the planning stage for my client that they're looking at things like grading and other issues. And as part of that, they've looked at what are the options to provide, for instance, a green space here, along closer to West South Street. There are some complications in doing the entire area as sort of a public green space because of security and safety issues, both for this property as well as for the homes to the south. But we do have some ideas that we have not yet explored with parks, and we're in the middle of working with the city attorney's office and other staff. There's an existing easement, so the greenway easement already exists, and we are working on some modifications. So it's a good time for those discussions to happen.
Okay. Unless there's other questions or comments from counselors, my recommendation is that we hold this case open until May 7th, if we can bring it back then. If, Toby, you feel like you can get these conditions finalized, because I think they'd have to be done by next Friday. Is that
This
correct?
Friday.
This Friday.
I believe it's next Friday because there's the
next.
There's a fifth Tuesday.
Yeah.
We're full, Councilmember Harrison, full, on May 7th.
Are we full? Oh, so it'd be for May 21st.
Council, could I address Councilmember Harrison's question real quick on the affordability
Yes,
provisions,
please.
if
Thank
you don't
you.
mind? Thank you. And thanks to my team for helping pull this together. The structure is the same, right? The idea is beyond the specified number of units, 20% of new units have to be affordable to 60% of AMI families for 30 years. FTDO in mixed-use districts, it's an explicit 3-story to 5-story bonus if you provide the 20% of units over 12. For TOD, it's relative to height, it's a 50% height increase. So that was the difference that I was stumbling over. And then residential districts, where we've seen a lot of the uptake, and this varies based on district, but you can get additional density, and it's just 20% of all units over 12 have to be affordable. But there's no height excess. In residential, it stays at 30 feet, if that makes sense. The exact number of units possible varies based on district and size of the sites.
Thank you, Pat.
Yeah, thank you all.
So I just want to really emphasize, that's 100 affordable units that were created for people making $67,000 or less, depending on the household size, for 30 years with no public subsidy, which allows us to use our public subsidies on other units.
That's right,
This is
Councilmember.
very cool.
I appreciate you emphasizing that because I think it's the first time we've been able to have affordable housing in certainly living memory that didn't involve direct public subsidy, but only through using the zoning tool. Those have not been, to my knowledge, built yet, but they've been approved and are permitted and in the pipeline.
Okay. Well, Councilmember Harrison, you had a recommendation. Is that your motion? I guess so. Hang on, but you were oscillating on the date. Which date are you going with?
May 21st would be the date to come back.
Okay.
Can we work that, Toby? Okay. Thank you.
Second by Councilmember Fort. All in favor? Anyone opposed? Okay, that was unanimous. Thank you. And then I believe our last public hearing for this evening, Z5823.
Good afternoon again. Sarah Shaughnessy, Planning and Development. So this request you last discussed on April 2nd. It is a request to rezone about 2.5 acres from R6 and R10 conditional use to all R10 conditional use. Since you last discussed the case, the applicant has removed 2 parcels from the request. Those middle 2 parcels you can see in the sort of reverse C there, and they've also revised zoning conditions. Planning Commission has recommended approval 4-3. So just a overview of where the site is, and then the changes to those zoning conditions. The first additional is that the owner shall provide tenants of 611 Rawls Drive, that's the northernmost property in the assemblage, with 90 days notice in the event of early lease termination. And then the second additional condition, the third condition in total, is that in the event that such notice is provided, the owner shall offer $2,500 per unit in relocation assistance to the current tenants of that property. So again, Planning Commission was divided on this request. This was before those modifications had been made. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Do we have any questions for staff? Okay, we have no one signed up in opposition. 3 folks signed up in support. I do not recall if the time for the public hearing has been exhausted or not. Mr. Coleman, do you need to be heard?
No, we're available for questions.
Okay, I'm going to open the hearing, close the hearing. Do we have any questions? No? Councilmember Fort?
Motion to approve. I move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated April 16, 2024, contained in the agenda materials, and to approve the zoning amendment with the adoption and effective dates described in the agenda item under recommended action.
Seconded by Councilmember Patton. All in favor? Anyone opposed? Councilmember Black in opposition. And the motion carries. Okay, next we have the report and recommendation of the Economic Development and Innovation Committee. I have no report today. We still have 2 items pending, the Economic Development Roundtable with our HBCUs and the Downtown Raleigh Economic Development Strategy. We will not be meeting this month, so our next meeting will be on Tuesday, May 28th at 1:30 p.m. in the council chambers. Report and recommendation of the Growth and Natural Resources Committee.
I don't think we have any pending items, and I don't think we have a meeting scheduled this month.
Okay.
Wait, do we?
Wait, GNR would be.
Sorry. That's skip. I'm sorry.
We'll do this. How about we skip to the Safe, Vibrant, and Healthy Community meeting? Councilmember Ford, Vice Chair.
Yeah, what I just said.
All right. No report, no items pending. All right. Now Growth and Natural Resources. Go ahead.
We have 2 items pending. Our next meeting is April 23rd at 4 p.m. I believe we are discussing rezoning Z4423. That's a Strickland Road rezoning case. And then we will have a review of litter programs at our May meeting, which is May 28th at 4 p.m.
Okay. And finally, a report and recommendation of the Transportation and Transit Committee. There is no report and there are no items pending. Next is the report of the Mayor and City Council. We will start with Councilmember Patton.
Got it. Thanks. Okay, good stuff from consent. Lots of speed limit reductions, 2-way stops, and other small traffic modifications in my district that'll really improve safety. Also wanted to uplift our contract with the organization that will monitor and repair sidewalk deficiencies and ponding. Their method of repairing these trip hazards has saved the taxpayers millions of dollars in our last one and reduced our fossil fuel and landfill impacts. So I think that's awesome. We also approved several contracts related to being the lead agency for search and rescue in the region, and I just really appreciate that we are leaders regionally and look forward to us continuing that. I also wanted to ask my colleagues if I could have permission to use a small allocation from the council travel budget to travel to a roundtable in New York City that's hosted by Strong Cities and Columbia University. The topic is galvanizing cities in the face of global conflict. The host agencies, Strong Cities and Columbia, will cover airfare and lodging and food, so the impact to the council travel budget is only ground transportation, like the Ubers and subway to and from the airport. So if
Motion to support.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Harrison, second by Councilmember Jones. All in favor? Anyone opposed? Okay, that was unanimous. Councilmember Black? I feel so far away from y'all.
Sorry, I had one more.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Councilmember Patton.
I also wanted to ask if we could send to Safe, Vibrant, and Healthy Committee the topic of revenue capture options. We utilize MSDs in our city, but as I understand it, there are other options like TIGs, TIFs, and there are probably pros and cons to all of them. But I'd just like to understand them better. So if I could send that to committee for information only and not policy work. I understand, and I'm sure next week's committee meeting might be too quick of a turnaround time. So if my colleagues are okay with it, we could send it for May. That work?
Yes. Do we need a? The chair's not here to accept it, so I guess we'll just take a motion then. Yeah, Vice Chair will just you stepped in committee.
Yeah, and we can set it for May.
Yep.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, great. Councilmember Black.
I don't really have any reports. If for people who are tapping in now to the council meeting, because it's been a long one today, I wanted to uplift a few of the things that I thought were cool. You covered consent. I'm going to cover the regular meeting. So the first thing that I thought was really great from this meeting, we got some really great recommendations on building out our alternative response program. So for those in the community who have been advocating this for over the last year, we're going in the right direction. We're getting there. We're not there. We're 80% there, but we're getting there. And it's been really exciting to see. So definitely check out the presentations that came out of all the conversations today around our alternative response program. The next thing is we're still moving forward with some municipal changes and election changes. And there is going to be another touch point to be able to engage if you have felt left out of the process. And I think they said that would be May 1st at Chavis Community Center. Do you guys remember what time? 6 to 8.
Yes.
Thank you, everyone, collectively. And then the other thing that was really great today, we did some gap financing for some affordable housing units. I think right above 210 units. And they were really exciting because it was some deeply affordable units around 20% AMI, which we don't get to see very often because of the constraints around financing. So those three things are really great to me. Earth Month, Earth Day is next week. So make sure you get out and enjoy the planet. That's all.
Thank you, Councilmember Jones.
Thank you. Just a few things. Shout out to the Parks Department for taking us on a tour of Marsh Creek Community Center and the city's greenhouse. My husband loved the plant you gave us, and he is taking extremely good care of it. So thank you. Another note, I am so proud of the work the Substance Use Advisory Council is doing. They've gone through an almost complete turnaround of the makeup of their board over the last few months. And this past weekend, we got to spend the morning together for our yearly retreat after finally filling all the vacancies. The inspiration from a deep and connected conversation led to many new ideas the commission put on paper. I also appreciate staff for setting up a time on their agenda next month to review what the city's strategic initiative is and how the board can best support those goals. So thanks around for that. Another round of gratitude and appreciation to The Mix, which is a local bottle shop in District E. I held my community meeting there last week, and there was a miscommunication with the scheduled venue, and we showed up to a closed facility. So I looked around and saw The Mix with its lovely outdoor patio, and I walked in and asked if they could host between 20 and 30 people, and they showed me to a private room which accommodated everyone beautifully. So thank you for saving the day, and thank you to the residents of District E for continuing to show up to these conversations. I value the input you share and how open every one of you is to listening and learning about important issues that impact your daily life. And lastly, a PSA. My identity was stolen last week, and money was taken out of my bank account. We think this is due to a data breach from a few weeks ago, and I'm working to protect my Social Security number. Please, everyone, go into your accounts now and change your passwords. This is not a fun position to be in, and it'll take a lot of work to ensure that my information doesn't remain vulnerable. So please go do that now. Thank you.
Wow. A report?
We heard a lot about downtown today as relates to some of the challenges and some of the negative media attention. I want to give a shout out to the Yard Milkshake Bar that opened up at Seaboard Station. I was a part of their grand opening on Friday. They've had lines for a couple of days. to go get really, really good milkshakes and treats and desserts. It is a small minority-owned business at Seaboard Station, so I'd encourage you to go. Kind of busy weekend. Saturday, they had the Pride Life Expo at the Convention Center. That was very well attended. A lot of folks came through for that. Had opportunity to get information on a variety of services, especially for folks in the LGBTQ plus community. And then there were 2 activities at Chavis on Saturday. One was a youth violence and conflict resolution seminar that was presented by several community groups. And then there was a TEDx youth talk that was sponsored by the NC State Cooperative Extension, and they had several students from high school doing interesting TED Talks around environmental issues. And so want to lift up those activities from this weekend.
Thank you. Councilmember Harrison?
Yeah, we do have a District D Neighborhood Alliance meeting this Saturday, April 20th at 9:30 a.m. That'll be at the Thomas Crowder Woodland Center near Lake Johnson Park. The conversation is going to kind of continue some of the discussion today around the downtown MSD. So for anyone who wants to provide additional input as we're deliberating on that, please come. We will have Bill King from the DRA there to speak. And I also just want to give a shout out and just say huge thanks to my policy analyst, Kim Nimmer. Kim has been working with Councilmember Fort and I over the past year plus. And she is starting a new fabulous position with OWASA, so the Orange County Water and Sewer Authority. I wish her all the best. She really has made the difference I know for myself, around constituent services. I think all of us as counselors, we really try to help our constituents and residents with whatever they're dealing with, but behind the scenes is our policy analysts. They are the ones who really figure out, the details and help residents one-on-one. And so just thank you to all of you for the work that you do, and thank you to Wes for taking me on. Appreciate it.
Councilmember Ford.
I forgot. Also want to give a shout out to the folks at Ligon. They celebrated 70 years Saturday night. So Councilmember Branch and I were there for their celebration, and he also attended the 2 events at Chavis, and so I want to lift that up in his absence today.
Thank you. And I have no report. Next, we have appointments.
Good evening. Arts Commission, 2 regular vacancies. Joseph Devine Campbell Jr. received 5 votes, as well as Eliza Kaiser. Vanita Shaw received 1, Kimberly Tyson 3. So Mr. Campbell and Ms. Kaiser would be appointed there. Design Review Commission, formerly Appearance Commission, 1 alternate vacancy. Catherine McPherson received 6 votes, so would be appointed. Environmental Advisory Board, 1 regular vacancy. Councilmember Jones nominated Thomas Ridley, so that will appear in your next ballot for consideration. On to nominations. Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Commission, 1 regular vacancy. Term of Carrie Barsness is expiring. She wishes to be considered for reappointment. As requested, statement of explanation regarding attendance was included in the agenda packet for your consideration.
Motion to reappoint. I have spoken with Ms. Barnes, and I know she's going to be more available. She had a job change that had happened during her tenure.
Okay. Seconded by Councilmember Fort. All in favor? Anyone opposed? That was unanimous.
Lastly, Hispanic and Immigrant Affairs Board, 1 regular vacancy for your professional category. Term of Jordan Crumroy is expiring. She does not wish to be considered for reappointment. Past practice has been to elevate the longest-serving alternate member, which in this case, there's only 1, Marie Principe, to a regular member, and declare an alternate vacancy at the conclusion of her regular term.
Move to elevate Maria Principe.
Okay. Seconded by Councilmember Black. All in favor? Anyone opposed? That was unanimous.
So your newly created alternate vacancy will be coming back.
Cassidy, can you add Kathy Monteiro to the nomination for the new vacancy?
Sure.
I understand she's in Granicus.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Next, we have the report and recommendation of the city attorney.
No report.
Report and recommendation of the city clerk.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council, or Mayor Pro Tem and Council. You have 3 sets of minutes have been submitted for consideration of approval.
Motion to approve. Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Fort. All in favor? Anyone opposed? That was unanimous. Next, we have public comment. We've got 14 folks signed up this evening or afternoon. It's 3 minutes per person. Are we able to put like 5 or so names up? If we could put the first 5 names on the screen. I can tell you the first person on the list is Miss Octavia Rainey, so if you would like to go ahead and come up. And if we can't do the names on the screen, I can call folks' names. I just dislike doing that because I do not want to mispronounce anyone. But Miss Rainey, why don't you go ahead and start?
Hi, my name is Octavia Rainey. First of all, I would like to say Happy Fair Housing Month. That's what Dr. Martin Luther King was all about. I am shocked that I haven't heard about any proclamation for Fair Housing Month, and that's a shame. The second thing, I want to thank Michelle Adam David for agreeing to read the book, The Other Side, on April the 27th. Thank you, Michelle. It means a lot to me. Fair housing, I've been an advocate for 50 years. It means a lot to me. Celebrating fair housing and moving it forward means a lot. The third thing I want to talk about is that y'all sat here, although y'all agreed to bring the CACs back, but I will have to talk about my personal experience. I was chair of North Central CAC, and the biggest argument we had at the RCAC was internet access, the broadband. You have the Black people who don't have internet access. So how are you talking about doing a Zoom? In my CAC, which was North Central CAC, we mailed it out and we had email. It wasn't about all Zoom. So what I hear you talking about is bringing them back, but how are they communicating with the people who don't have Zoom, who don't have that access? That's wrong. And the only reason why my CAC was not meeting on a regular basis, because we had problems with mailing them out. We started out mailing them, but I was paying for all of the mailing. So we really couldn't have our CAC meetings. We had them at the church. So it wasn't no Zoom. We still had them at the church, and we had our meetings for like 7 months. Then we decided to just celebrate all of our monthly activities. And Marshall has been to them. We have over 100 people. I resent that. Y'all have got to learn how to reach out to everybody, and everybody don't have internet access. Now, as you know or you don't know, they are planning on doing away with the free internet access on Capitol Hill. I am on a writing campaign. I have already sent off 150 letters. I have 600 more to go. Deborah Ross is helping me. We have to get that meeting on Congress. Don't take the internet away. That's the only way people can afford it. They need the free internet. So I resented that.
Thank you.
Ms. Octavia, you know they can still use the community centers though, right? That was part of what we talked about.
Well, I support that, and I am bringing my CAC back, but the only thing, everybody just don't have Zoom. So how can you have a CAC meeting, but you're not reaching out to all the people? How can you do that? I don't understand it.
If we could maybe follow up with Ms. Rainey, get some more information about your concerns, and then share what the city. Sure, Councilmember Black, you have something for the city manager.
So I hear what you're saying, Ms. Octavia. The thing that kind of pops up for me is that the Zoom was a question for the people who want to use the Zooms and how we're going to create access for people, the CACs who want to use Zoom. But, you know, you do raise an interesting point about the equity analysis around mailers. as the CACs are coming back in the diverse areas, I think that could be something that we look at as far as like a resource. And I was hoping that the manager's office could look into that through like the equity lens of, as we have CACs coming back that may not want to use Zoom or may have internet access issues, like providing other resources on how they can reach out to membership, maybe through like stamps or something, providing a resource or access to the groups in that way outside of the Zoom. So
Well, can I say one thing? When they had the RCAC, that was one of the things that we felt out about. They were not interested. They were not interested in reaching out to everybody. They was on this technology kick.
Okay, I understand.
I said to them, you can't be on a technology kick because everybody don't have access.
Thank you. And Ms. Rainey, we'll get connected with the manager's office and you, and I want to make sure we understand your concerns and that we're
Yeah.
also sharing what we're working on, okay?
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. It's my understanding that Harold Millette has withdrawn from the speaking list, so the next speaker will be Rosa Rand.
Good evening. Thank you for having me. I am Rosa Rand. I am the president of the 4th Ward Neighborhood Association. I'm here today to kind of summarize how we became the association. There was a big meeting at the Wetland Center with Dr. Jane Harris a while back, and we have documentation for attendees that attended to understand the redevelopment process and how and where it occurred so that we could provide public education. The discussion was centered on 4th Ward and the needs of the community. I know many people say, well, 4th Ward no longer exists. Well, it does, because when I saw this man say 716 and 718 South Saunders Street, my heart did a flip, because I remember cutting through there. That's the only land that I am aware that exists from 4th Ward. And to me, it is sacred, but I understand the process of renewal. So we began formalizing the 4th Ward Neighborhood Association. It was Mr. Johnny Blaylock, Clara Meekins, and then I came in later. We also have brought along 2 historians from North Carolina State University to work on a documentary and an oral history project to bring to the city eventually, and some people may have already seen it. So the 4th Ward Neighborhood Association was formed, and we, Clara Meekins and myself, have been long-standing community members for 4th Ward. We started bringing flowers to members of the 4th Ward community who passed, and we held community reunions as long as we could until COVID. We were looking at the little church that I grew up in that sits on the corner of Lenore Street and South Saunders Street, Union Baptist Church, and it's still there, and they still have service on Sunday. But we were thinking, okay, well, what can you do to remember 4th Ward? We thought that would be a wonderful resource center for 4th Ward. It's already there, and it's in fairly good shape. I remember being a young girl and going to church there. So that too is near and dear to my heart. Is my time up?
Yes, ma'am. But if you have additional comments, you could submit them to us in writing too.
I have put them in the basket, and I need you to look at the last page. And please ignore what it says about demands and change that to request.
Okay, we will. Thank you.
8 requests that we would like for you to consider and get back with us at your earliest convenience. Thank you for all you do. And thank you for knowing that 4th Ward still matters. I come bearing gifts.
Okay.
Forget me nots.
That's okay, yes. You could hand those to, if you want to give them to the clerk, they'll make sure that we,
Okay, just put them in the basket.
yes, we get copies of it. We get everything that goes in that basket. And it's very much appreciated. Thank you. We're going to do, I'm going to go ahead and call up Mama Kai Saunders. There was she needs to be heard now, so thank you for accommodating that switch, everyone.
Thank you. It's another amazing day in paradise. Thank you all for your service to the city. And thank you for the opportunity to speak. I appreciate having the full 3 minutes. And happy Black Maternal Health Week. Tomorrow is the last day. And if you haven't heard about the official proclamation from Governor Cooper, you should check out the Equity Before Birth IG page. Y'all might have heard of them. Senator Natalie Murdoch made the announcement during EBB's annual dance party fundraiser last Friday evening, which was awesome. Now, I realize at this time of day, you're exhausted. So I appreciate you being willing to listen after all that has transpired. Because of the depth of the topic I'm addressing, it will take several meetings to explore it all, but I'm committed to this conversation because for me, it's the most important one of all. My passion is brain development, nervous system regulation, trauma, and nutrition. And I learned these as a way to help me be a better parent for my young Black male superhero, Wisdom. But these concepts truly form the foundation of all relationships, so I'll be investing the time to address why these elements are important to understand collectively versus personally. I feel compelled to continue by saying choice and repair are the cornerstones of my relationship.
Mama Kai, if you'll hold 1 second, because we can't really hear you.
Please, yes.
We can't hear you. We want to make sure that we hear everything you have to say.
Okay.
All right, we're good now. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Okay. I feel compelled to continue by saying choice and repair are the cornerstones of my relationship with Wiz. The grace he extends to me, the trust he extends to me is humbling because I know I mess up often. I'll be the first to admit to him I'm not a perfect parent. Thankfully, those times where I'm lacking are far less than the times we experience joy and happiness and connection. It's very important to me that as his mom, I raise him to be emancipated and liberated internally. This means he is not oppressed to live by what triggers my nervous system. My goal is to let him be a child and set healthy boundaries so he can explore his own paths and discover who God intended him to be, not who I'm forcing him to become. This will lead him to becoming a confident, compassionate, and resilient adult. Because let's face it, while he is a child, I'm raising him to be an adult. The way I lead him today will determine his behaviors in the future. So when I find out about the suggestions and often eventual decisions made by city staff and leadership, I automatically see the effects of the traumas and the pains you've endured, many of which started during your foundational years. With only 3 minutes, it's hard to break this down, so I will continue next month. But to conclude, I want to apologize as a way to begin a collective healing process. I apologize for the way you were dismissed. That causes you to dismiss. I apologize for the ways you did not receive compassion that limits your ability to extend compassion. And I apologize for the hurt you endured that was never repaired because it causes you not to empathize with the hurt others are going through. This is collectively, but these can change, and the time for it is now. To be continued. Thank you.
Belinda Taylor. Eric Braun.
Good afternoon. My name's Eric Braun, 3316 Rock Creek Drive. I had prepared remarks, but in light of the conversation earlier about the election process, I just want to say, and I've watched today the thoughtful and careful deliberation y'all have had on so many other topics, and it, for whatever reason, I don't understand, but the lack of willingness to consider and engage on the topic of expanding council to 3 people seems to be just getting short shrift. It is not accurate to say that the years of engagement, particularly when I was the chair of the study group, that adding 3 districts has been part of that conversation. It never was. We studied a combination of adding 3 at-large, adding 3 district, and a combination of those. And our group recommended adding 1 district representative. All the conversation, the Taisha Hinton meetings, everything else related to whether council should add 1 district or 1 at-large. And then there was 1 survey where this question was, do you support multiple districts or multiple at-large representatives? That's it. And you've had 16 minutes of a public hearing, and you're going to have 2 hours of an engagement in one part of the city. That is not a transparent, completely engaged process, given that you will delay zoning cases for months on end to ask for 3 or 4 affordable housing units, or that affects, you know, maybe 100 people. This affects every voter, and it will be impactful every year in every election, and it deserves more consideration. And the fact that you may think that reducing the number of people in your district is going to reduce your workload, there's no evidence of that. There's no study that you can point to. I provided 7 academic journal articles to suggest that what you're doing is going to be a detriment to this city. And until you really consider that, ask staff, ask other people in the community, what the impact of this is. Acting on intuition and assumptions is not a good basis for changing the fundamental way this council is structured. It's just not. And so I implore you, I got better things to do than come down here and bug you all. And I pride myself on good information, factual information, and honesty. And this process is not being handled as authentically as you all claim to treat so many other issues that come before you. Thank you.
Thank you. Robert Reese. Okay. Hideo.
Hello. Thank you for calling me by my name and not a number. I would like to start off with a story, and hopefully this will open up the 4 hearts of those who did not vote for a ceasefire resolution. My 7-year-old son and I were watching the city council meeting last week, since I couldn't attend in person due to an illness. He wanted to attend, but I thought that he would be in school during this time. Unlike the children of Gaza who are not able to get an education since Israel bombed most, if not all, of Gaza's schools. I guess Hamas was hiding there. Or wait, that was the hospitals. After watching the first speech and Baldwin's typical responses, and I guess she had prior arrangements and could not attend, her typical responses including, "That's your time, next number, we'll have to escort you if you keep talking." My son immediately said, "Wow, she's not nice." And I nodded in agreement and followed up by saying, "Yeah, she's heartless." "Mama, what does that mean? That she doesn't have a heart? How is she breathing?" "No, baby, it means..." And before I could finish, he said, "Oh, her heart is without love." A 7-year-old was able to distinguish that from a 5-second clip. Well, you're in luck. On my way here, I found 4 hearts. I have it in my bag. And for those who voted yes for a ceasefire, I have a revolution bumper sticker for council members Jones, Black, Harrison, and Patton. Thank you so much. I'm my son's voice tonight, just like the people in this room are the voices for all those who have been silenced in Gaza. Children, journalists, poets, authors, either been killed or had to move due to no healthcare system, no food, no water. My son also wanted to pass the message along and say, Baldwin, your heart is without love, ceasefire, free Palestine. You four who did not vote for a ceasefire resolution are not standing on the right side of history, and you are supporting genocide. You are being complicit in genocide. This is not a conflict. This is not a war. 38,000+ people have died, 15,000 being kids. I urge you to stand on the right side of history, like Council Members Black, Jones, Harrison, and Patton. Long live Palestine. Long live the children of Palestine. Long live the Intifada revolution. Pass the ceasefire resolution now. Thank you.
Leslie? Okay. Dawn? Asma? And before you start, Asma, I understand you have a presentation, and then I have, because this is being publicized, I have a legal notice that they've asked me to read. It says, before the next speaker begins, I need to alert the audience that the speaker's presentation includes images that are graphic in nature and that viewers may find disturbing.
Yes, it's very graphic. Can you pause it though?
Sure. Will you pause, please?
Does it have the sound on?
Yes.
Okay. Hello, Council. My name is Asma. I'm a social worker and a therapist.
Can you hang 1 second? Will you restart our time? Do you want us to start playing it now, or are you going to tell us when to play it? The video.
Once I finish, I would like it to be played. Is that okay?
Once you finish talking, then hit play? Okay, you got that? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Hello, Council. My name is Asma. I'm a social worker and a therapist. I will use this time to do a group exercise in cultivating our empathic response. For God knows, some people in this room need it. Too bad the mayor is not here. An empathic response is the ability to understand and share the feelings of another human. In a moment, we will watch a short video that highlights the profound suffering of children in Gaza, imposed by our tax money, diplomacy, and your silence. As we watch, imagine those children are your children and loved ones. I encourage you to engage with your emotions, to allow yourselves to feel deeply the pain and hardship experienced by these innocent souls. Empathy is what differentiates between Zionists and the rest of us non-genocide-thirsty humans of all backgrounds. Let us watch the video not as detached observers, but as compassionate individuals capable of bearing witness to the suffering of others and capable of doing something about it. Can you play it, please?
Can you pause the clock until it starts? Okay, thanks. Okay, go. And we pause it again real quick.
I can't hear
Can you
anything.
pause the clock real quick? I think she asked for the sound to be on.
It has sounds on.
It does not appear that the sound is working. Okay,
It is. Can you just start
restart
over?
it, please, so she can get her full time. All right, and then hit start on that.
Thank you. This is what our tax money is doing, and our silence. Those are babies who have been starved. It took the mom 11 years to conceive those babies.
امبارح كنت استهداف أخذت إيدها الشمال جزء من إيدها اليمين وعدة جروح براسها والدتها وأخوتها استشهدوا.
Again, our taxes are paying for this. Decomposed babies in a NICU, left to die and decompose with our tax money.
bare to the bone. But this child, 2 years old, actually, here, first time in my life, I see which called bare to the bone. Here is the bone.
Share this with both.
2 years old child. Israeli forces murdered this child. See? Exactly.
If you're not moved by this, I guess you're just a crappy human being. Thank you.
Omar? Elijah? This last name, sorry, I cannot pronounce, so I will spell it Mayssa.
Good evening. This is Mayssa Soteri. And thank you for trying. Good afternoon to Mayor Black, Megan Patton, Jane Harrison, Christina Jones. Thank you so much. This is Nimr Al-Asadi. Nimr is 12 years old. He was shot 5 times. 2 shots in his left foot, 1 shot in his right foot, 1 in his belly, and the other one in his back. And he was detained with the IOF for 2 months, away from his family. Nimr, he was collecting vegetables, food, to get it back to his little sister. And he said that the soldier hit him with a gun on his head. Until today, it hurts. I'm looking to all these children every day, and all I'm thinking is, I can see my children, my nephews, my friends' kids, everyone else. Have you thought like what this child wants to be when he grows up? If he survives, he wants to resist. He wants to live normal. He wants to live in peace, in dignity. The simple right for any human being in this world should not be taken away from you, wondering what's their fault. Just, they were born Palestinians. So they matter more than the other part. This has been going on for the last 75 years, every day. Why our cries doesn't matter? Why our people doesn't matter? Why their people matters more than ours? I want an answer for that. Why they're the people, if they're 100, we are in thousands, they matter, we don't. We look different? Should we campaign and we get contacts and dye our hair so we look and we matter? This is the profile picture for Mayor Baldwin and another.
Thank you. If you want to put that in the, you can leave any material you have in the basket and we'll get copies too. Okay. Okay. And was that Leslie that walked in? You're up.
Sorry. I came here tonight and I'm going to talk about Palestine, but I signed up before Saturday, April 13th. And I just want to say that I never thought in the year 2024 I would be standing across from 200 from Nazis doing a Nazi salute on the Capitol grounds, protected by our police officers in broad daylight. I never thought that would happen, and it did. And they were doing it at me because I was leading a counter protest, telling them that, hey, queer people deserve to fucking live. I'm sorry, but I literally could not stop shaking the entire weekend because I was just standing there like. And the irony is, let me tell you something, they had Israel flags. And if that does not represent to you the sheer irony and the sheer hypocrisy of what we call Zionism, I don't know what does. 200 people doing a Nazi salute, as in, let's exterminate the Jews, with a flag that's supposed to represent the homeland of the Jews. How does that not communicate to people that Zionism is not about Jewish protection? It is about white supremacy. Today I was watching some news channels, and I saw that the IOF intentionally bombed a children's playground, killing 11 children. And once again, if you can look at that and think self-defense, then I don't want to take a self-defense class with you because you clearly have no idea what you're talking about. I just want to say that we just keep coming out here and we keep telling you, we're just, people, we're human beings. So many weeks I've come out here and I've tried to come up with a witty thing to say, but I literally can't sleep at night because of the fact that we could just lose 2 million people from the face of the earth. And that should just bother people. I shouldn't be out here about politics oh, well, this said that, this said that. It should bother you that we are losing so many human beings from this planet. It should bother you, just like it bothers me. And so I'm not here tonight to be oh, we need to push this agenda or whatever. I'm just asking that you see that we understand politics too. We understand how this stuff works. We're not here with an agenda. We're not here to try and manipulate people to think a certain thing. We're just here to tell you that we're your constituents. And even if passing a ceasefire resolution here doesn't stop a war, so does not passing a ceasefire resolution. But what passing a ceasefire resolution does do is let us know that if this hate that's happening overseas comes here, we'll be protected and you'll care, because it does happen here. A Muslim student on UNC campus got stabbed. It does happen here. So ceasefire now.
Did anybody else come in? Okay. On the speaking list? What's your name? Oh, come on up.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I probably won't bring so much heaviness, but I do want to bring some points that I have here. I'm here to speak about a public nuisance, one that I think the city of Raleigh and the Department of Transportation has created. They have all these little roundabouts around all over the city. Ooh, looks great, looks pretty. They actually don't work. Any truck that is oversized can't make the circle. Then he has to back up with the people behind him already there trying to get in the circle. City of Raleigh fire trucks cannot go around them. City of Raleigh garbage trucks cannot go around them. City of Raleigh buses cannot go around them. They make no sense, okay? Now, they're wearing out the tires on the city buses because they can't go around. They got to go up and over. When they go over on the side, it runs out the side of the bus's wheels. Same with the fire trucks. Am I right, firemen? Okay. Don't have to say, but all right? They do not work. Anybody that has a construction company, a lawn company, their trucks and trailers cannot make it around these things, so they end up driving over them. It doesn't make any sense. It's insane. I know you want to be like Charlotte or you want to be like some other city and you want to try to beautify, but do it when it makes sense. You put up all these nice, pretty islands in the middle of the city, and you don't have the money to maintain them. They get looking like, Now, That's my complaint with the city of Raleigh. Now, on a personal note, I've called the city council, I've called the mayor's office, I've called animal control, and I get no response from no one. My neighbor behind me is running puppy mill, whatever, and I cannot live in my backyard. Some days I can't live in my front yard, which is 60 yards away from where he has this puppy mill. Now, I know you might say, oh, that's personal, that's civil. But if I go talk to him, which I have already, all right, and things get to be out of hand, you will have no problem sending 5 police squads over there to try to settle the problem. So now all I'm asking is to have a little common sense in the city of Raleigh with the mayor's office, with the council's office, because you are not doing what's right for the city of Raleigh people. You're doing what you think will get you reelected, and you think you're doing it because, oh, make Raleigh City pretty. It ain't working, and that's my point.
Thanks. Mr. Reese, 2 things. We'll make sure the manager's office follows up with you about the roundabout concerns. And then I do see an email from my policy analyst, Emily, to you last week about the issue with the puppy mill being elevated with RPD, but we'll make sure someone follows up with you about that too, okay?
Thank you.
You're welcome. I think I saw one more person come in. Were you on the speaking list?
No, but Chris Crew is down here.
Oh, I'm sorry, Chris. Come on up.
You folks have a lot to think about. Shortly, you're going to be asked to vote on a zoning request that involves removal of a property from an established historic district. Z-7222 requests removal of a lot from the Prince Hall Historic District in order to circumvent guidance and regulations established in state statutes and in the City of Raleigh Unified Development Ordinance. In the coming days, you will be hearing from a variety of stakeholders who will respectfully request that you consider and act on the advice of the Raleigh Planning Commission and deny this zoning request. These historic districts are grounded in North Carolina General Statute 160A, which establishes the authority in certain processes for cities to designate historic districts to engender the following benefits: to stabilize and increase the value and strengthen the economy of the state, to safeguard the heritage of the state by preserving important elements of culture and history, and to promote use and conservation for the education, pleasure, and enrichment of residents of the cities, counties, and the entire state. This statute provides for a creation of cognizant local bodies and confers on them the authority to manage and maintain historic resources. The job of a council member is very difficult. There are so many things that you need to know. Mechanisms exist to aid you in your decision-making. Commissions made up of subject matter experts filter massive amounts of data for you. Advocacy organizations such as the Preservation Raleigh and the Society for the Preservation of Historic Oakwood, and many concerned citizens acting as custodians of our heritage, spend many years developing acumen and many hours considering the implications of actions and proposals that come before you. Use these tools, rely on these committed individuals and groups to help you make wise decisions on behalf of your constituents and the city as a whole. Z-7222 represents a piecemeal nibbling away at protections offered to our cultural heritage for profit and in the name of density. There are many zoning requests that will come before you soon that provide benefits in terms of more housing, more job opportunities, density, and access and proximity to efficient public transportation. Examples of these include Z5423, Z3623, Z4623. All of these are in close proximity to historic resources, but they don't have the negative impacts of nibbling away these hard-won boundaries. Follow the guidance provided by the Planning Commission and vote no on 7222. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I apologize for not calling you sooner. Anybody else come in who's on the speaking list? Okay. Next, A motion is in order to enter closed session pursuant to GS 143-318.11A3 to consult with the city attorney in order to preserve the attorney-client privilege and to consider and give instructions regarding the handling and/or settlement of a potential claim in the following matters: Keisha Knight versus City of Raleigh, George C. Venters versus the City of Raleigh, and GS 143-318.11A9 to discuss and take action regarding plans to protect public safety as it relates to existing or potential terrorist activity, and to receive briefings by staff members, legal counsel, or law enforcement or emergency service officials concerning actions taken or to be taken to respond to such activity. So moved. Seconded by Councilmember Black. All in favor? Anyone opposed? That was unanimous. Thank you. The Raleigh City Council met in closed session to give the city attorney instructions regarding the handling or settlement of potential claims in the following matters: Keisha Knight versus City of Raleigh, George C. Venters versus the City of Raleigh. And that adjourns our meeting. Thank you, everyone.